Hello, good morning. Welcome to Wednesday here at the MODUS Super Series. And as always, that means that the first spot will be filled at this week's finals night. Over the last couple of days, Group A has been high quality, but perhaps at the top end, not as highly competitive as we thought it might have been. Here is what happened on Tuesday. Just one win so far for Belgium's Geert de Vos, who has had his moments but seems destined to drop into Group C. World Seniors Masters winner Leonard Gates improved up on his opening day. The Texan picked up 2 wins on Tuesday. It was again a day of highs and lows for James Richardson. He beat the 3 players above him, but lost to the bottom 2 in the table. Chris Gilliland had a stunning start to yesterday. The Ballyclare boy won his first 3 matches, but 2 defeats halted his charge toward the top. Luke Littler may still have an outside chance of getting through. Losing his first 3 games seemed to have scuppered his hopes, but he won his last 2. But Andy Barton seems to be an immovable object. Only 1 defeat in 10 matches across 2 days. First place is his to lose. Barton's indeed in beast mode. The Belgian playing some excellent stuff so far. Chris Mason's been casting his eye over the action this week. They called Tuesday moving day here at the Super Series, but there wasn't actually much moving going on yesterday.
Well, Andy sort of made his move, and he was dominant on Monday. And although didn't play as well as he did on Monday yesterday, managed to pull out a clear lead at the top of the table, and he is the dominant force right now.
We'll have a look at that table just to display how dominant he is. 6 points with 5 games left to play. It's very, very difficult for Luke Littler to make up that margin.
Yeah, and Luke Littler, to his credit, managed to just get over the line against Leonard Gates in our final match of the session yesterday, and it could have made that table look even more different and mean that, effectively, Andy might have only needed 1 game. He may only need the 1 win today if the results go his way, and Luke Littler, well, has a similar day yesterday in terms of results, but Littler's performance levels yesterday were very high. He just didn't get the rub of the green at all and didn't get any results.
Performance levels across the group have been very high. If we look at the numbers from Tuesday, again, the overall average north of 90.
Yeah, I mean, usually we see it in around the mid-80 mark, don't we? 85, 86. Day 1, Monday, it was in excess of 91, which is very, very high, but the checkout percentage on day 1 was around 38%. That just dropped off a little yesterday, hence the overall average come down, but the standard still incredible. We've had 3 ton-plus averages, 2 of them from the tabletop in Andy Barton's, but a 167 from Gilliland. We're waiting for a 9 though, aren't we? I think that's quite possible this week.
Yeah, it's been set up a couple of times. That 104 average from Barton's did happen yesterday, but as you said, wasn't quite as brilliant as Monday, but 4-3 victories. He just finds a way to win, doesn't he?
Yeah, and some players, when it's sort of your destiny, those kind of things happen, and you've got confidence in them last leg deciders, where the players like Luke Littler yesterday, who didn't get a lot of the rub, maybe Leonard Gates, you could say the same, James Richardson, of course, you know, when you're in that situation, you just don't find that extra gear, but Andy's doing that right now.
Yeah, there's not much value in the group winner, is there? Because Andy Barton's is so far ahead. Look, if he wins his first match, plays bottom of the table, Geert de Vos as well, he's probably through. But we will try and find some value in the bet builder. So here's a little sample of the most popular bets put together in a treble that pays 5.5 to 1. What do you make of that, Mace?
Yeah, I think Andy Barton's has been so dominant, and especially against de Vos, who statistically is not the best player in the group. He's right down at the foot of the table, minus 1.5 at 8 to 13, a little bit short, but if you stick it in with Gilliland, Richardson, total 180 is over 2.5. Both love a max, especially Richardson, and that match potentially is going to go 6-7 legs. Very similar. Andy Barton's against Luke Littler. 1.8 is Littler over 1.5. Prolific in that department, and I expect a reaction from him today. I think because they're statistically so even in terms of their running averages over the course of 2 days, that's another one that potentially will go 6-7 legs and pays over 5.5 to 1.
In terms of the table, do you think that today we're going to be very quickly moving our focus to the battle for Group B?
Yeah, I think so. If it goes the way we expect early on, It's going to all be about positions 2 and 3, which is massive, of course, because the positions 2 and 3 go into Group B, which is a group of 5. It's Thursday and Friday night, and the top 3 go through. All the players ultimately want to win the group. I think that's out of the question. And you don't want to be in positions 4, 5 and 6, because that means you're going into Group C Thursday and Friday afternoons, and only 2 from 6 go through. Lots to play for.
Yeah, and in terms of qualifying from this group, Andy Barton's mathematically is 3 wins away, couldn't be caught then. But realistically, if he wins this first game against Hurt de Vos, then he is probably there. So to talk you through today's 15 matches, Chris Mason is going to head down to the commentary box where he will join Henry Deacon.
Very good morning, Chris. Very good morning, everyone. And many think that we're gathered here today to see the coronation of the Belgian king, Andy Bartons, who has a 6-point lead going into the final day of action here at the Super Series in Group A. The twice former World Championship quarter-finalist at the Lakeside could be a finalist here on Saturday evening. He could get it wrapped up in double quick time as well. He takes on the former World Trophy champion Hurt de Vos, 2 of the most successful Belgians on the BDO and WDF circuit over the last 10 years or so, going toe-to-toe in our first duel of the day. Perhaps not a surprise that Andy Bartons goes into this as a heavy favourite. How heavy? 1 to 25 of the odds compilers to go on and win the group. He plays Luke Littler in Game 7. It could be done or before then. In terms of this game, they have Hurt de Vos as the 12 to 5 outsider. Andy Bartons at 3 to 10. Owen Binks is your referee once again on this Wednesday full of action. And he may kick things off by calling out a 180. What a time for Chris Mason to make his way down to the commentary box. Morning, mate.
Morning, pal. Yeah, perfect timing. Getting in
60
to position and watching the lipstick get filled by this man. Maybe he feels like the pressure is off today and he can play with a bit of freedom and open the shoulders.
Even though Andy Bartons has got a 6-point lead, the fact that he plays the first game of the day could be a double-edged sword. If he wins it, then he piles all the pressure on Luke Littler, and that could be that straight away. But if he loses to Hurt de Vos, it may just give Luke Littler a glimmer, 45. Considering they meet in Game 7.
Yeah, and with all due respect, and I don't mean this in a negative way, he's been the whipping boy in the group, hasn't he, Gert?
98.
So it will be almost a 4-pointer, won't it? Because you'd expect Littler to beat de Vos. So that 6-point gap would quickly close to 4 points.
Well, Hurt has shown flashes over the first couple of days, but
58.
in a group that has been defined by consistency, those patches need to be correlated on a bit more of a regular basis.
38. And
you can't find the tots a 1-0 lead, and you wouldn't put the 146 beyond Bartons. Well, you can now.
Well, and that's backed up. Look at James Richardson, currently sat in 4th position on 10 points
20.
yesterday. He beat the top 3 and lost to the bottom 2.
Games on the first leg. Hurt de Vos.
Tidy little opening. An 18-dart hold, reducing Andy Bartons to just
Andy to
the 5 visits. But he was waiting on 51, and that's one element of his game that I'm impressed with, is his poise under pressure, and he always gives himself an opportunity if you make a mistake.
Well, I was talking to Phil on Monday. If you look at his results in any major competition, if he goes out tight. Both his World Championship defeats have been in quarterfinals in the last set decider.
95.
When he lost in the World Masters last year, that was to David Prouston in the last leg decider. In the European Tour then in Belgium, lost to Luke Humphreys last leg decider. So if he doesn't get over the line, he runs himself very close.
Well, he gives himself opportunities with that scoring power, which we've seen plenty of.
100.
Yeah, it's got, actually, it would be, just looking at the table, and I'm looking at the wrong table. If he wins this game, then
81.
He will move on to 18 points, 20 points.
90. Get your require 140. And he record 132.
Tan leads him on tops after trial. This has been a really good start from de Vos, and it's forced Bartons into this. Another one of them for double 16.
100. Go you
Such
require
a-
40.
Well, that's why they call it the champagne shot.
Game shown the second leg.
Well,
Kurt de Vos.
despite that, Andy finds himself in a spot of bother because that's a 13-dart breaker throw.
First. Game on.
You have to say, this is as good as we've seen from Kurt de Vos throughout the course of the week. We mentioned a couple of legs ago that
56.
he's shown patches, but hasn't been able to correlate it over a longer course. And I know it's only a couple of legs, but a real positive signs here from de Vos. But Barton's
180.
it's his first max of the day. Don't expect it to be his last. He had 10 in total throughout the course of yesterday.
Yeah, they met on Monday.
81.
Andy winning 4-1 with a very, very good 101.42. And that's his third.
140.
He's had 3 ton pluses, hasn't he, over the course of 2 days. And yesterday, a much tighter affair.
80.
But that was more down to Andy missing 12 darts at a double, but he did win 4-3.
140.
It's taken him 3 legs to awake as the beast, but now he has awoken. He's on for a
60.
potential 11
And
dart
he
leg
require 41.
to get a break. So double 12.
Game on the third leg.
4-12.
Andy
And
Bartons.
Bartons is back in it at 2-1.
More importantly for him, there's an instant reaction to the breaker throw. So we're back
Fourth
on
leg, it's
throw. He's still
Andy
going to
to
need
throw
another
first.
breaker
Game on.
throw to win the match at some point. He has been very, very impressive.
60.
A player we were more than aware of coming into this week 8. A player in fine form on the
43.
WDF circuit. And of course, we've seen him on the Euro Tour, as you mentioned, Henry. Only being edged out by one of the best on the Euro Tour in Luke Humphries.
180.
You never ever know how that's going to, that sort of form in the WDF is going to transfer across. But when you dig a little bit deeper and
79.
look at some of the matches where there is recorded averages, he's been very, very good. And arguably, one of the best around currently without a tour card.
You mentioned that game against Luke Humphries. It was a very good version of Luke Humphries, which he was edged out by as well. Potentially here,
171.
the 12 could be followed by an 11 here for Bartons. He has hit a hot streak. Double 16 for 2 12s in a row.
Leg. Andy Bartons.
Andy Bartons has found a huge purple patch in the middle of this match.
Fifth leg, it's Gert
Back to back,
first.
12
Game
dart
on.
legs. And that lead that Kurt de Vos built up following some good play of his own has suddenly been evaporated within the blink of an eye.
59.
This would be his 4th max in 3 legs.
180.
What's
Really?
happening here?
Oh, just showing why he is
79.
where he is in terms of his world ranking. And of course, where he is in this week's Week 8
97.
Group A. Top of the table for a reason. And these numbers are pretty staggering.
And that's after
85.
a slow-ish start.
Yeah.
I'd love to know his leg 3 average onwards.
98.
125 odd.
0.25 because back-to-back 12s.
Yeah.
140. And he reckon 126.
419s and ball.
58. Go you reckon 138.
Poor leg, he needs a 5th visit to finish it off.
Yeah, can de Vos do the Deller? Well, he's going to leave it close.
98. And he
The
reckons
pressure on
68.
Bartons to take out 68. 13 and tops.
38.
A wayward one.
Go you require 40.
He had a couple of them on Monday, did Andy Bartons.
Game
And he gets
on the
punished.
fifth
And
leg.
despite the brilliant play of
Kurt
Andy
de Vos.
Bartons, de Vos has hung in there. and he opens up a 3-2 lead. And despite the back-to-back 12s, Barton's
is
on the
Andy
brink
to
of
throw
defeat.
first. Game.
He lost his first game yesterday to James Richardson by 4 legs to 2.
60.
Potentially, the Belgian champagne may have to be put on ice.
79.
The reason why we see such consistency is through the action as well of Andy Barton's. There's
134.
not much not to like about it. Every throw pretty much the same. Pretty much an action based on rhythm and
40.
fluency.
$39.
That's a go. He kind of releases a dart back almost to between the bridge of the eye and the nose.
27. $60. $63.
Robin Hood. And so that means Barton has got 6 here on throw to send us all the
100.
way to a deciding leg and an opening match of the day. And that was, well, that was kind of the story yesterday, wasn't it? Games going all the way to the distance.
60. And he required 108.
Every game in the last round of fixtures yesterday went by the margin of 4 legs to 3, one way or another.
60. $80.
Well, a good
And
last
he
start.
required 48.
Not really enough pressure on Barton's to bother him, you would think.
Game
And
shown the
it
6th
doesn't.
leg. Andy
Finds the
Barton.
double 16. Longest leg of the match. It's a
7
20
from final
darter,
against Gert
but
to
we've got a
throw
level
first.
game.
Game on.
And, well, we played 6 legs in 10 minutes.
100.
I've seen slower games.
Yeah. Seen slower best of 3s.
$140.
Well, Andy Barton's is that good that we just assumed that that second dart was in.
Yeah. Well, they usually are.
27. $137.
But once again, in a pivotal leg and a pivotal moment, Andy Barton is making a bit of a kick against the darts, and this would then stretch his lead out to 8 points
41.
at the top of the group. The record in terms of margin of victory in a Group A campaign is 12 points. Graham Hall in Series 1, Week 3. I'll tell you about some of the other names in that group as the day goes
140.
along, because the fact he did it in that group says a lot about his ability.
Yeah, he played wonderfully in that group. He was outstanding.
77. And he required 84.
But Barton's has been outstanding. This would be for an 11 to finish. Not to be,
78.
but he is going to come back.
Yeah, he's left it awkward.
$76. And he requires 6.
Will he go straight for it?
Game
Of course he does.
shot
And
and the
finds
match.
it. Ends the
Andy
match
Barton.
with a 13 darter. His winning legs in this match. 12-12. That long 20 and a 13 to get it wrapped up. An average just shy of the ton. 99.82. 4-180s. 4-140s. 50% on the doubles. And he moves on to 20 points. When we come back, Leonard Gates up against Chris Gilliland.
Welcome. So, Andy Barton's a brilliant Belgian takes another step towards qualifying for finals night. Now attention turns to game 2 between Chris Gilliland and Leonard Gates. Gilliland has won both of their meetings so far this week and has had contrasting days, losing his first 2 matches on Monday and then winning his final 3 before having the exact opposite outcome yesterday. He takes on Leonard Gates, the man who won the World Seniors Masters on Sunday night. Looking set for Group C. Gilliland really looking for Group B. If he loses this match, he will be officially out of the race for top spot.
Thank you very much, Chris. So here we go, game 2 of the day. And for Chris Gilliland, well, it's seemingly the impossible job, but there is still a mathematical equation where it can happen. But if it does happen, then I want to know what lottery numbers he has for tonight.
Well, 1 win apiece between these two. It was...
First leg, it's Leonard to throw first.
My bad. I'm looking at the
Game
wrong
on.
thing. Yeah, Chris Gilliland won on Monday.
100.
4-0 with a very, very tidy 98.56. 318 is in there. And he did the double, beating Leonard 4-3 yesterday, and they make Leonard the favourite for this one, 4-7. Gilliland 5-4, wasn't he?
Which I think is a very, very big price when you consider both players' form guides over the last couple of days.
Yeah, totally agree. Leonard with just the 3 wins in 10 matches so far.
100.
Well, for him, his battle today is to try and find a way into that 3rd spot, which would guarantee Group B darts. But he's going to have to, you feel, beat Chris Gilliland in this one, reduce the deficit to 2. And then he's got to hope Luke Littler does a bit of business against James Richardson. If that's the case, he's very much in that race. The only issue to have from there on in is his next match is against Andy Barton, who's looking to get the qualification job done.
180.
Chris Gilliland will have his primary focus on
44,
making
which
sure
require 121.
he gets in Group B. Priority number 1. Well, taking the ball out of the equation, I like that, especially when your opponent's back on 246.
81.
Tees up tops his chosen double.
He took the ball out of the equation in both senses, really, with that dart.
60. Which should require 40.
Tops for a 13 dart break to start for Chris Gilliland.
Game shot on the first
Superb
leg.
start
Chris
from the
Gilliland.
Ginger Ninja, who comes out swinging on Wednesday at the Super Series. He leads Leonard Gates with a break.
Second leg,
by a
it's
leg
Chris
to
to
nil.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and I think that's the way to beat Leonard. You can't allow yourself to get embroiled with him, because he is very, very adept
100.
at that bruising type game, isn't he? Where he just finds a way to create an opportunity and
45.
then punish any mistake you make.
How do you know that?
Yeah, I was on the end of it just a couple of days ago.
81.
So the equation for the week is, of course, the winner will go through to Saturday night's finale. The players in second and third place will join the equation in Group B at the Super Series. And, well, we've got quite the lineup for that. Jordan Brooks is going to be entering the equation. He's going to be alongside Kieran Tiernan and the former Masters champion in the Series Division, David Cameron. The players in Group C, well, it's going to be a very tough task for them because Harry Ward, former Players' Championship winner, Lee Cox, and, well,
100.
Super Series Superman Matt Clark will be in action.
$60. $43. Which require 160.
Well, he's not got out of the blocks yet. Leonard Gates, a very sedate start. And Chris Gilliland
100.
got to make him pay.
So for a 2-0 lead to back the break up with a hole, it should be a
137,
couple at
which
tops. He's been
requires
so
60.
good on this target this week, Gilliland. And that is the perfect guide.
Game show
You
on the
could see
second
why
leg.
from that wonderful
Chris
shot
Gilliland.
of a great shot. 17 dart hold backing up the
So
13
it's
dart
Leonard
break,
to throw
averaging
first.
100.20. Leonard Gates, slow start to the day, averaging 78. Not for much longer. You want the max, Leonard?
125.
One thing that can occasionally get into Leonard's game is that occasional frail of the arms. Whereas Chris Gilliland, you're not going to see
100.
much by way of emotion. At least during the game anyway. He might let a little bit out if he picks up a big victory here and there. But whilst it's game on, there's very much a poker face
85.
picture about the Northern Irishman.
Yeah, it's interesting. A right-hander tends to stand to the right, where Chris Gilliland's foot position is. But when we see Leonard
41.
approach the hockey, he's all the way to the left, which is very unusual for a right-handed player. You'll normally see a left-handed player to the
60.
left and right to the right.
The only other one I can think of like that is Andrew Gilding.
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
Gives the cameramen all sorts of problems, doesn't he?
Yeah. And then you look at Stephen Bunting, he's extreme
85.
right on the edge of the hockey.
$140.
He'd go for the ball there. Doesn't like it. Moves to the left. Now he'll go ball.
105.
Finding the
Energy
25,
required,
which leaves the
91.
170. Well, he's had a 167. There's only one better. 42 for 32.
51. Chris, you require 170.
So can Gilly find the fishy? Not to be this time. So Gates to reduce the deficit in half.
40. Then did you
Only a
require
hold,
40?
so Gilliland won't be too bothered.
Game show on the third
Good leg
leg.
from Leonard.
Leonard
Much
Gates.
better. 16 dart hold. I feel like he's in the game now.
Fourth leg, it's
And as
Chris to throw
You
first.
said there,
Game on.
Chris has kind of done his job in this game in the fact that he's accrued the break at the
Yeah.
earliest possible opportunity. It's just about holding it out from here on in. It will keep him mathematically
60.
in the equation to win Group A, but as we mentioned at the start of the game, it would be, I think calling it highly unlikely is probably kind.
Yeah. Well, especially the way Andy
96.
started today with a 99.82 average in a hard-fought win. That tells me he's in good nick.
You wouldn't mind that a half final, would you?
140.
9.5, 9 at night.
$140.
Slams that one in. Keeping the pressure on Gilliland.
Now, after a positive start from the Irishman, they're just beginning to meet in the middle a little bit more.
60.
And-
Yeah, the averages starting to close together, aren't they? Remember, he was averaging 78 after 2 legs,
83.
and Gilliland was averaging 100. The one's put nearly 10 on their average, and the other's taken 10 off of it.
95.
So Gilliland first to the finish of the darts, but Gates with a big score here can really threaten the break opportunity and to return this game on throw it to a
80.
piece. Untimely time for a bounce
Chris, you reckon
out.
146.
$124.
41. And did you require 102?
So 102 for Gates to get the break and to return this game back level at 2 apiece, to return the game to throw. It's going to be one in his hand at double 16.
86.
He goes inside and Gilliland
Chris,
needs a
require
ton topper
105.
himself to open up a 2-leg gap.
Well, this is what we warned about. Gilliland not doing. Getting embroiled. And to prevent that happening, he's going to need tops.
Old Faithful does
85.
not come to his rescue this
Then
time.
it requires
And
16.
so Gates, who was outplayed for the first couple of legs, there's one dart left at double 4, but he won't level us up.
Chris, you require
So Gilliland
20.
returns to double 10 to establish the 2-leg buffer.
Game shot on the 4th
Right,
leg.
he's dodged one
Chris
there, hasn't he?
Gilliland.
But ultimately, does move 2 clear again, leading 3-1
Fifth
and
leg
1
is
away.
Leonard to throw first. Game on.
We kind of saw it yesterday from Leonard in that game against Luke Littler, where Luke was playing the better stuff for the pair, but Leonard just kept
140.
himself interested and gave himself opportunities. Of course, gave himself match darts to beat Littler, and that's what Chris has to be wary of. Occasionally he established that 2-leg gap, but you could just saw for a couple of minutes he had a bit of an off spell, and
43.
Leonard was able to take full advantage of that.
Yeah, that's what he does.
60.
Well, as always, I do my birthdays, and a happy birthday to 2 very familiar players here in Mark McGeaney, and especially
137.
Jared Cole, who's been here from the very beginning. Happy birthday to both of you.
99.
No doubt 2 players we'll be seeing at some point in the near future here at the Live Lounge. We'd like to see you here as well. Saturday night, give that a scan with your QR
100.
code scanner on your phone or whatever device you've got available. That'll take you to www.dartshop.tv, where you can book your tickets.
140.
Come and join us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth Saturday night. Doors open 6:30. Play gets underway 7:30.
Yeah, last time I saw Jared Cole here, he had to
60.
survive match darts to
And it
beat me
requires
in,
62.
an exhibition match.
Ooh,
46.
the
Chris,
161
require
for Gilliland.
161.
All the match. There's the 60. Oh, just next door.
74. Leonard requires 16.
So to half the deficit again to bring it back to 3-2.
Game
Double
shot
A
on
is
the
found
5th
for
leg.
Gates, but this is the leg
Leonard
for
Gates.
Gilliland, who has the throw here to get the job done and to seal a 4-2 success. It would move him on to 12 points
Fifth
in
leg
the
is
group.
Chris to throw first.
Level with
Game
Luke
on.
Littler, who's coming up next against James Richardson.
Also, if you are a
100.
social media user, please get in touch on Facebook, Instagram, or we do have the Modus Super Series
100.
Twitter page open at MSS Darts. Also on TikTok, whatever that is.
Apparently I look like a bit of a clown on there.
60.
Yeah, if you really want to have a look at our TikTok account, you can actually see a day in the life of Owen Binks.
Nice.
100.
Someone will have to show me that later.
Although we're trying to convince people to go on the TikTok page.
Yeah, if you've got any questions or
140.
comments regarding the Super Series or darts in general, get in touch. We'll try and answer them all. Well, all the sensible ones anyway.
140.
Grafting hard here, Gates.
First to a finish, but Gilliland can leave at the handy of the two. He most certainly will now.
139. Then
He's going to have to go for Gates. It's a Hail Mary 161.
$59. Christian requires 62.
Treble 10 for double 16. Now 12 for tops.
22.
And
Energy
miss on
require
tops.
102.
And so Gates is back for 102 to send us all the way. So treble 19. We're going to get him a dart at tops, and so Gilliland's going to return for that target to keep him in the mix,
40.
even if only temporarily. And Chris Gilliland moves himself onto the dart. He doesn't by getting the better of Leonard Gates by 4 legs to 2. He got out the tracks flying, did Chris Gilliland. The first 2 legs won in the space of 30 darts. He then had to fight a bit of an uphill battle from Leonard Gates, who found himself on the comeback charge. But in truth, Chris Gilliland was in control of that match. He beats Leonard Gates by 4 legs to 2. Next up, James Richardson is in action. He takes on Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where James Richardson and Luke Littler are gearing up for their 3rd meeting of the week. Each of them have a win against one another, both of those going the distance as well, a 4-3 win either way. Now, Richardson can't officially top the group if he loses this match. However, if Littler is defeated here, it would mean a mathematical miracle for him to catch Andy Barton's. Ruthless has been up and down during the week, played some really good stuff. Littler with his usual explosive stuff, but the defending champion might be playing in Group B for the rest of the week. Right, let's see who wins their mini battle. It's Littler against Richardson. Back to the boys in the box.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, Luke the Nuke needs the perfect day and hope things go his way if he's going to qualify through Group A. And if you actually look at his day yesterday, he came out the tracks flying in terms of averages.
First against James,
but it was missed
to throw
doubles that
first.
came to cause it. In fact,
Game on.
the 2 games he won at the end of the session came with his 2 lowest averages of the day.
And it was something we touched on, that he has to be a little bit more like Andy Barton's and worry about winning, not the way you win. You know, just get the points.
140.
You almost feel like there's going to be a backlash today, and I think we may see the best of Luke Littler.
125.
Be enough in terms of the table. But first priority for him is to get this win to avoid getting embroiled in a battle of not finding himself in Group C.
What was it you were saying about backlash?
100.
Yeah, I think it's coming.
$134.
What star? Ridiculous.
100.
He had 1 or 2 troubles on double 16 yesterday.
Yep.
But he's going to go back down that holy
Game
hole
on the
and
first
find an
leg.
11 dart to
Luke
start.
Littler.
Well, we said we may expect something half decent from Luke Littler today. Well, case in point, right from the very get-go, 11 dart breaker throw to lead James
Second against
Richardson
Luke
by a
to throw
leg to 0.
first. Game on. $140.
Is it just me, or does that point just look slightly longer on Littler's dart today?
83.
It looks a little bit different. Sometimes you can get a slightly harder board where the points don't penetrate as much.
140.
But yeah, I think you may be right. We'll look into that. Back-to-back 140s. Blistering start
80.
from Littler. Looks to be using the
140.
Swiss point, where unlike the traditional way of having to use a point extractor, where you've got to go through the process of taking them out
125.
and put them in, these just
81.
unscrew and lock in.
Double 13.
Game shot
It's an
the
11
second
followed
leg.
by a 12.
Luke Littler.
Luke Littler has got off to a blistering start in this one. It has taken him just 23 darts
So
to
against
get to the
James to throw
halfway
first.
house in this
Game.
match. And James Richardson is averaging just under 99. Hasn't even been given a look in.
He's on
100.
record-breaking pace after 2 legs. Give
100.
me some of them Swiss points, Henry.
100.
I'll have whatever he had for breakfast.
57. $140.
In fact, that last visit for Littler there was the first scoring visit which didn't feature a big treble.
115. James York, 161.
Richardson, 6 starts at 161. Get a very important hold of throw. Could go ball. Yeah, I like that.
105.
People will be wondering why. Well, if he'd have gone for the treble 19 and missed it and hit a single, he'd have left 62, meaning he would have needed a treble to get 2 at a double.
137.
By
James
going
York,
at the ball
56.
and hitting at least the 25, he now guarantees himself
Game
2 at
shot
a
the
double.
third
Only
leg.
needs the 1.
James Richardson.
14 dart hold. Great ball management from James Richardson.
What a great
Full
game.
is Luke to throw first.
11, 12,
Game on.
14 the legs have been won in so far.
$81.
I know we're still in... Well, we're going to have a look at these averages. Have a look at that. 102
60.
Richardson. Just under 118 for Littler. We're beginning leg 4. It's only going to go up.
100.
Well, if it does go up, we could have a record on our hands. They've been on
140.
record-breaking pace this week in this group in terms of 180s and ton plus finishes.
180. $100. Look, you require 140.
This would be for a third leg of the game and a third leg 1 in 4 visits, but it's not going to happen this time. He is going to come back. Doesn't like the way that dart sat up.
122.
I wonder if that was a miscount. Yeah, I think he thought he... I think
105.
I'm sure
Look, you
he was
require
thinking, but
18.
yeah, has to be a miscount. Shouldn't matter. They're all the same size, Luke. Although, how much of it can he see?
No score. James, you require 96.
I think that said it all, didn't it, that last dart? 95 left, so treble 19. Leaves the requisite double.
He likes it down here.
58. Look, you require 18.
Next to split this time.
2.
Same result.
James, you require 38.
And suddenly, from record pace territory in terms of averages, he may find himself pegged back to
James
2-2.
on the
He is.
fourth leg. James Richardson.
For all the poise and the flair that Luke Littler has provided, Richardson has hung in with the task, and he's back
Fifth
level at
James to throw
2-2.
first. Game on.
Yeah, up there, 5 darts to the double, wasn't it?
26.
And it all stemmed from that second dart on the setup play from 140 not being ideal, then
100.
moving across to the treble 14.
Yeah, well, it was sat right up, and the danger is if you try and just pitch over the top and you catch the flight,
140.
so he wanted 60, and in his head he probably was thinking of 70.
139.
Treble 14 for double 14, maybe. But as soon as he done it and he walked back, you could see he realised he'd made a bit of a boo-boo.
87.
Making up for it, though, here in this leg.
I mean, the averages come
128.
tumbling down to 109.5.
60. Look, you require 134.
He's already done this week. Did it yesterday
Yep.
against Leonard Gates. That was in the
58.
last game of the day.
Yeah, he went the 2 treble 19s double 10 route, didn't he?
94. Look, it requires 76.
To put his nose back in front again at 3-2. Going to be definitely a dart at tops this time.
36.
Pitched just above, and so Richardson
James
is back to
require
take the lead.
94.
He's going to get 2.
Game
He only needs
on
the
the
1.
fifth leg.
Took the gamble,
James
Henry,
Richardson.
and it paid off. 17 dart. Break a throw, another missed dart, a
See if
double.
I get Luke to throw first.
Luke.
Game on. $180.
We could build the perfect
100.
Super Series play if we strung together Luke Littler's scoring power with the finishing of James Richardson.
56. 58. 98.
Still leaves a finish. James Richardson, even if he hits a max, couldn't leave a finish.
140. Look, you're 167.
Just needs to leave this close, or he could be vulnerable.
80.
Well, that's a massive last start, I can assure you. It pretty much guarantees him a dart at the ball, barring a disastrous visit, or a bounce out, of course.
27. Look, you require 87.
He's got all the sands of time. Still went 51. And so tops upon his
47.
return to send us all the way. Richardson can only set up and hope. Although this wasn't really the battle for in this particular leg because it is on the littler darts.
28. Look, you require 40.
And that was the feel of
Game
almost a
shot on the
concessionary
sixth
visit as
Luke Littler.
Littler levels us up at 3 apiece, a 16 darter. That's Porkers in the passage of play in this match.
Yeah,
7 from final leg. It's
other winning
James to
legs
throw
were
first.
11 and 12.
100. $93.
And again, it's another one of those games where if we have a look at the averages, there is a chasm. There's 11 points in it. But
180.
when you look at this metric as Richardson slams in his first max of the match at the perfect time, that is where the land has laid.
100.
Yeah, and in all the legs where he's missed darts at doubles, he's lost them. It's not a case where he's been given a second chance, and that 180 has
26.
just been enough to ruffle the feathers of Richardson. 2 treble 20s would have left.
58.
170. 9 19s leave double 12. There you go, ball.
57.
Just left an opening for Littler if he can find something big. All of his power scoring.
140.
That might well be the
James,
biggest 140 he has in
138.
this match. If the 138 doesn't go, this would be a haymaker. It's not to be this time.
98. Look, require 110.
Still a lot to do, but Littler needs a treble. Gets it, double 18.
Game shot out of the
the
match.
tides are changing for Luke Littler because it's his turn to find the final double in a last legger. He wins 4-3 with an average of 101.79. We've already had a 99.82 from Andy Barton's. Well, that's been trumped by Luke Littler, who moves into second spot. Still 6 off the top of the table. When we come back, the man on the top of the table back in action. Andy Bartons takes on Leonard Gates.
Hello again, thanks for being with us here at the MODUS Super Series, where we've seen 3 fixtures played so far, and all of them won by the player throwing second in the match. Andy Barton's top of the table, winning the Belgian battle 4-3 against Hurt Divorce. Chris Gilliland, a 4-2 success against Leonard Gates. Then Luke Littler averaging 101.79 and taking out that 110 checkout in his win against James Richards. And had he not done that, actually Andy Barton's would now be playing to qualify, but Luke Littler has just delayed that prospect a little longer. They're in second place, so Barton's will move a step closer if he does indeed beat Leonard Gates. But if Gates can grab a victory here, then it does make things a little interesting. Bear in mind the next fixture for Littler is against this man, Andy Barton's. Right, I'll hand you back to our commentary team. Today it's Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Thanks, Murph. Well, it's not been a happy hunting ground for Leonard Gates against Andy.
First leg, it's Andy
Day
to throw
one,
first.
he was
Game on.
defeated with a fabulous performance from Andy Bartons, who won 4-2 with 103.30. And yesterday,
180.
3-0 up, only to see Bartons win 4-3 with a 87.53 now. An 87.53 is one of his lowest averages.
100.
19 at a double. Still made no difference in terms of the end result. He's averaging
85.
in excess of 96 over the course of 11 matches. That's right up there with some of the best numbers we've seen at the Super Series.
100.
Well, the two real flag bearers when it comes to those metrics are Raymond Smith and Andy Bolton, and that exceeds even those
100.
metrics. He's doing better than the pound-for-pound king. That's the X factor.
Yeah, he was outstanding, wasn't he?
140. And it 136.
Well, already a better start to the match for Leonard Gates than to the start he made against Gilliland.
60. And did you require 161?
60, 51 ball. There is an alternative, of course.
The Heenahan way.
57.
7.54
And he
ball.
requires 76.
Tops.
Game shot on the
15
first leg.
for Andy Bartons.
Bartons.
He's on the board. He leads 1-0. That's him to a T.
Yeah, we've seen the price.
Second
for this
against
one, and
Leonard to throw first.
you do try and find your value, but 4-11 if you're a short price punter. I'm sure looking at the form of Gates in the opening
100.
match and their previous, and mentally what it may have done to Gates yesterday, leading 3-0, only to see this man
99.
reel off four on the spin.
Just beginning to get the feeling with Leonard that maybe it's a case of he just wants to get to tomorrow, because despite anything he's doing, he's just being hit with something a bit more in excess.
59.
Yeah, I think he will benefit from that reset mentality of starting a fresh group and everybody's on 0.
58.
I was talking to Phil about this on Monday. Based on the way he's playing, would you put Andy Bartons as favourite for the Lakeside this
100.
year?
Well, he's certainly on the short list, isn't he?
100.
We'll ponder that in the next leg. I'll just have a look at who we know who's already in there. Of course, he's been
81.
the dominant force in the last 4 WDF events, and he's pretty dominant here as he
180.
pops
And
in his
161.
second max.
$93.
So
And
for
he
2-0
requires 64.
and the break. Tops.
Game shot on the
That's a
second
14.
leg. Andy Bartons.
And it's just so routine for Andy Bartons. He leads 2-0. He's averaging 103 and he looks
Third
as if
leg,
he's
it's
hardly
Andy to
breaking
throw
sweat.
first. Game on. 58. $180.
Gates himself is averaging 101 and hasn't had a dart at double yet.
125.
So let's have a look at this Lakeside
83.
tournament then. I'm just having a look at the seedings. Yellow Klassen, number 1, Duff 2. Got James Hull, we saw here last week. Barton's initially seeded
98.
6th, although they're going to recount the rankings when the draw comes out. Littler, Tricol, Alexander Merckx amongst those seeded players in there. Other qualifiers include Reece Colley. We've seen him here. Sebastian Białowski played so well and just missed out to
140.
Andy Bolton in the final.
Arguably one of the best lineups we've seen for a good few years at the WDF Worlds, isn't it?
You got Wesley Plaisir, of course, the World
95.
Masters champion.
Then as you require, 98.
James Richardson's going to be there. Mike Gillett. We could go on. It's a very good cast list in the men's field this year.
Yeah, I'd be...
58. And he
Yeah,
require
I mean,
125.
It's a betting minefield, isn't it, in terms of who you'd make favourite. Oh, too good, mate.
103. Then as you require, 40.
Tops after 12 for Gates to give himself the opportunity to break.
Game
Just
shot
zone
the
13. He's on the
Leonard
board.
Gates.
Well, increments of 1 were getting better and better. 15, 14, followed by that 13.
Fourth leg is Leonard to throw
Break of
first.
throw. Yeah, I mean,
Game on.
I suppose in terms of level of performance on what I'm seeing right now,
140.
Andy and Luke as the two, but then you've got to think about experience.
60.
The current holder of that title, a proven winner of it, and that can't be ignored.
Raymond Smith as well in that lineup.
55.
And we know how good he is. Yeah, for me, I'd have to go back a
95.
long, long time to find a better lineup. Remember, it's always been the WDF World Championship.
70.
It's myth that the WDF World Championships is a new thing. It's been the WDF World Championship since 1978.
140.
They are the governing body, of course.
Yeah, the only year it wasn't sanctioned was in 2020, the Indigo 02 event. Apart from that, it's been
140.
auspices. That's a big word for this time in the morning.
80.
Ooh,
And you require
could have
96.
done without that. Just taking a little bit of the pressure off this 96. Finds the 60, double 18. This is
Game
class
shot
from
the fourth
Gates.
leg. Leonard
From
Gates.
2-0 down. He's produced legs of 13 and 14.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to
level
throw
things
first.
up.
Game on.
Seeing the table topper being pushed hard.
99.
It hasn't been because of any dip in his level. It's because Leonard Gates has upped his.
Yeah, he's averaging 101.78 here, Gates. 99.41 for Andy.
140.
This is the best we've seen from Gates so far this week.
97.
You look at the standard today, the lowest average is 81.48.
26.
Which is decent.
And that was an 81.48, which was kind of a drop at the end by Hurt DeVos. He actually started that game around about the 97, 98 mark. for light sways.
96. 100.
Wesley Plaisir in that lineup as well, isn't he? He's another fabulous player, Mark Barilli. Gary Stone has been
63.
playing some great stuff.
Yeah, the World Masters champion
54.
Kazia won that
And he
at
recorded
the Devontae Waver
146.
complex in Assen.
114.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's some names on that trophy over the years.
How far off is Leonard Gates from? I mean, is there qualifiers?
95. And he required 32.
Just a little bit more about that process in the next leg, because it looks like Barton's, yeah, looking to mop up 32 to put himself 3-2 up. Has to shuffle across.
Game shot.
And shuffle across, he duly does.
Andy
He leads
Bartons.
3-2, and victory here would mean he would re-establish the 8-point gap upon Luke Littler, and would mean he would have to beat Kurt
Sivlik
DeVos
is
in the
limited
next
through
match to stand
first.
any chance.
Game.
Game 7, the beginning of the third round of fixtures, sees Bartons and Littler face off. So in terms of the qualification process, so all the qualifiers
100.
are done. The only thing that's left is 3 reserve players. That's due to dropouts because of tour cards or other such things, and that's based off the best players in the
100.
WDF rankings from that point. As things stand, those 3 players that get those spots are Liam Mendel-Lawrence, Aaron Turner, and Jordan Brooks, although Barry Van Peer is very close to that particular spot
100.
himself. And here's a minefield of Super Series players. You've got Moreno Blom in there, James Richardson, Darren Johnson, Sean McDonald. As
180.
Bartons now looks as if he's going to race his way towards the victory post.
41. $60.
I'm amazed that Leonard didn't play
13.
a few more
And he recorded 161.
WDF events to qualify for that, because he's another player you would give every
90.
chance to, that's for sure.
Well, the chances of anybody else catching Andy Bartons now is going to become close to nil as Gates
180. And he required
finds
71.
a maximum to pile the pressure on this 71 for the match for Andy Bartons. It's 2 in hand, a double 16 to seal a 4-2 success. And
Andy
it feels
Bartons.
like now Andy Bartons is pretty much there. He has put himself 8 points clear of Luke Littler at the top of the table. A 96.34 average. Well, that is pretty much playing to type as far as this week is concerned from the beast from the east. 4 out of 7 on the finishing. Leonard Gates himself, a 95 average. Perfect when it came to the finishing, but he just wasn't afforded chances due to Bartons' brilliance. Well, Luke Littler knows the task now. He's going to have an uphill battle to try and get through. First case first, he's got to beat Kurt DeVos after this.
And here at the Super Series, Belgium's Andy Bartens is just one win away from booking his ticket to finals night on Saturday, although he wouldn't even need that if Hurt de Vos can defeat Luc Littler here in this one. A defeat for Luc would mean it is all over in the race for top spot. A win for him would mean that Hurt de Vos is confirmed in Group C.
Thank you very much, Chris.
First leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
So we are close to pretty much confirming everything now. At this point of the session on a Wednesday, we were heading towards Abacus territory. Well, feels like a lot of fates could well be sealed in the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, well, we've still
60.
got the variables. It's still close enough in terms of possibly the final position to get in
85.
Group B. That could well be duked out by Gilliland and Richardson, and they face each other, don't they, after this
39.
one? So, like you say, we will know more, but still a fair few points available.
180.
A few points in that visit.
He's got off to a slow start in both of his matches.
41. Look, require 102.
He's going to have to work on some things, isn't he? This would be for yet another 4-visit leg. It'd be his
86.
third of the day already, and we're only into game 2.
Absolutely on fire, but we both suggested it that
60.
we might see a bit of a backlash
requires
from Luke
16.
Littler. I know he'd have been not necessarily
Game show the
disappointed
first
with
leg.
his
Luke Littler.
performance levels yesterday, but certainly his results and then how he dealt with a few of the matches when he started to
Second leg,
get
it's Gert to throw
embroiled.
first. Game on.
Listen, he wouldn't be human if he didn't, but there's certainly aspects of not necessarily where he can
117.
improve the fundamentals, because ultimately you don't continuously hit these kind of numbers if there's
134.
something wrong mechanically. It would be more something about the mental side of things
96.
and how he deals with disappointment, maybe.
It's all part of that developmental
Exactly.
process.
He's an absolute baby.
96.
He has got literally all the time in the world. Let's not forget, he is an improving player.
100.
Frightening prospect.
I'd ask you what you did at 16, but that's probably not a good thing to ask, is it?
101.
Not at 10:49 in the morning, no.
49 in the evening, that'd be a sticky wicket.
81. Look, you require 170. $59. Look, you require 107.
Well, this has kind of been the story of Hurt's week, where he's had to
67.
feed off of
Require
these types of crumbs.
111.
The tops doesn't go, and so can Littler find the Nelson. Well, he's done it again. He's trying to go bull 11, bull again.
Yeah, and I don't
51.
mind that in
Okay, require 40.
the right kind of environment, but I'm not a fan. Monday, Littler won this tie.
21. Look, you require
4-0.
60.
And did the same yesterday, 4-0.
40. Okay, you require
He's made a
19.
little bit of a mess of this, and so DeVos. 8 to level up.
Game
level
shot
we
the
are.
second leg.
He was very nearly
Gert
left on
DeVos.
double one there, wasn't he? And that's a 21 dart hold of throw, which
So that gets Luke to throw
means
first.
Luke's
Game.
had 18 darts there, which is statistically well below where he is in terms of
58.
his weekly average so far. And again, it's the response to that disappointment
140.
has come over into the start of leg one. As you can see, they very neutral.
Whoa!
What a beautiful shot. What a beautiful shot.
Hang it in the Louvre.
Well, you could see everything that he could see. as you can see with
46.
DeVos, they just kick over to the left, which can be a bit of a blocker, but look at the room left for him. You're pretty much seeing what
100.
his eye is seeing. And left 163, but you'd have to have 6 perfect from
100.
DeVos, which is unlikely. One's just kicked over a little.
131.
I think he's made up for that slack leg in the last, hasn't he?
Yeah.
48.
Well, especially
Look required,
considering the
32.
start to the leg.
16. Go to require 167.
Look at what his stats have been on that side of the board so far this week.
97. Look to require 16.
So double 8 for Littler for 2-1. And DeVos this time is handily poised on 70. What can he see? What can he find?
No score.
He could have planted in the middle of those first two.
70.
And this is how he's been losing legs and matches. The player coming in behind has been mopping up.
50.
Not this time.
Look to require
A
16.
reprieve.
1 from 9 on the doubles, Luke Littler. Make that 1 from 10. And again, he has to move across. The lie is not good. And so DeVos is back to lead 2-1. And this would be completely against the run of play. He's had his troubles on the doubles as DeVos, but he gets the break. He moves 2-1 in front. And suddenly now, Andy Barnes is a couple of legs away from qualification.
Oh, he's lost the last 2 legs.
Well, it's Gert to
both
throw
been
first.
21 darters. Yeah, a wry smile and a shake of the head. I don't blame him because, well,
95.
it's just uncharted territory.
We saw last week from Sebastian
58.
Białecki, he was having some struggles on the 60s and 8s breakdown. And so on day 2, he decided to switch the ploy and switch the play. And he went tops and 10s. And
100.
it gave him much more success.
$137.
And for Luke Littler, he may be staring a prospect he hasn't had before at the Super Series. And that's playing on Thursday and Friday.
96.
Every time he's played here before, he has won Group A. He has had the serene passage through to Saturday night.
57.
And then he wins the Saturday night.
Yeah, with all due respect, this group is a slightly different prospect to what he's faced previously.
65.
And that's not a swipe. The statistics back that up.
140. Get your record 145.
In any other week, Littler and Gilliland would be racing away with a Group A.
83. Look, you require 109.
I have to go. Otherwise, DeVos is on the cusp of a 2-leg lead.
45. Go requires
And
62.
would be a leg away from sending his compatriot Andy Bartons through to Saturday night's final.
Game shot
Tops
the
is
fourth
found.
leg.
It's 3-1.
Gert DeVos.
And Luke is in a world of trouble here.
Well, this one's potentially a
Fifth against
coupon
Luke to throw
buster.
first. Game on.
Littler, it's 5-1 on.
DeVos
96.
10-3. Remember, if you are having a flutter on the Super Series, it is 18 plus.
60.
BeGambleAware.org.
Yep, only gamble what you can afford to lose. 'Cause
96.
ultimately, that's what's going to happen.
$79.
I can hear the slips being crumpled and put in the bin.
57.
Maybe just hold on to them for a little bit longer. Seen plenty of comebacks this week already.
23.
I don't know what I've seen worse in terms
140.
of slips. Some of the bets for today or England's cricket team. Bet builder went in the first game.
137. Luke require 112.
Littler to stay in the game. He's got 6 and 112.
Game
Oh,
shot in
that's
the fifth
excellent.
leg.
That's
Luke
absolutely
Littler.
excellent.
But believe it or not, that would lead to even more frustration because he'd be saying to himself, well, hang on a minute, I've just had
Sixth leg, it's Gert to throw first. Game on.
10 darts at a double that I've missed. And now I take out tops in one, and I echo what you've just said. Maybe a change of tact
100.
and move away from the 16s for a while and leave tops and 10s. I remember playing Lowy in
99.
the match play years ago and led 5-0 and 7-3, and I went for a spell. I couldn't eat tops and 10s, and out of frustration, I just kept going for it and kept missing it.
140.
Led to me losing the match.
$140.
Oh, at 11 and all, he did produce 2 4-visit legs.
41.
Typical John Lowe.
Yeah, thanks, John.
$180.
Just when he looked in a world of trouble, finds a max.
He wrangles his way out of
100.
jail like a greased
82.
piglet.
Oh, when you've got that in your locker, it is lovely. Ball.
Game shot in the sixth flag.
Oh,
Luke
15
Littler.
and a 12 levels proceedings. And that's a break of throw. He's winning legs, 13,
Seventh and
15 and
final leg, it's
12.
Luke to throw first.
In between
Game
that,
on.
he lost 3 legs in 21, 21 and 18.
140.
Feast or famine for Luke Littler.
Well, you have to commend though his
77.
battling qualities because his back was firmly against the wall. DeVos was on the verge of sending his compatriot teammate Andy
96.
Barton's through. Now he may have to do the job himself against Littler. That's in game 7.
I mean, ultimately,
22.
you know, I'd love to be able to sit here and say, oh well, he just loses his head in the scoring phase, but ultimately the damage is done on the outer ring,
98.
and that's an example of it right there. And he's not missed a double in the last 2 legs.
41. Luke, you record 167.
Well, that takes care of the 7.
45. $180. Luke, you record
Consolation
122.
max. Could take the bull out first.
62.
Yeah, he was looking at 51, 51, double 10.
115. Look, you require 60.
So to keep his chances alive, no flatty this time, but the
Game
tops is
shot
found
and
for
the
Luke
match.
Littler.
Luke
And it keeps
Littler.
him at least in the race as he gets the better of Halep DeVos by 4 legs to 3. He was in a world of trouble for a long while, but he found his scoring power when it mattered most. He found some big finishing when it mattered most. And so Littler gets the better of DeVos by 4 legs to 3. Next up, Chris Gilliland up against James Richardson in the battle for Group B.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, and this one looks like a real battle for Group B. James Richardson on 10 points, taking on third place Chris Gilliland on 12. A win for him might mean things are as good as over in terms of who is going where for the rest of the week. If Gilliland does win this match, Leonard Gates will be confirmed in Group C. Let's get it on in the company of your commentary team today. It's Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. So the end of round 2 and the picture will be much clearer.
First leg, it's Chris to throw first.
Well, the ball is very much
Game on.
in the court of Chris Gilliland at the minute. A win here, as Merv mentioned, would put him 4 points clear of Richardson with 6 left to play for.
$40.
Yep, with Gates on 6 points with 3 games to play. The most he could get to is 12, which Gilliland is currently on.
85.
Gilliland was quoted as the 8-11 favourite. Richardson even money.
180.
Richardson won the tie on Monday 4-2 with a 98.79. And also,
60.
Richardson won this tie yesterday 4-3 with a 91.06. This is the match in the bet builder.
140.
Was this the one that we said about the 180s?
Over 2.5, although
Yeah.
the bet builder really worked for game 1, didn't it?
140, because you record 141.
Well, it's not an accumulate. Well, it is an accumulator, but how about the second one? How did that get on?
Currently in play. We're currently on for 141.
129.
2.5 in this one, and then Barton's littler over 1.5 180s in that one. Well, the way he's playing today, that is very much on.
Yeah.
3 in both his matches so far.
48.
Yeah, certainly not been
Which you require 12.
an element of his game that's any worry going forward this week. Certainly needs to brush up on the
Game
outer
shot the
wire.
first leg.
That is
Chris Gilliland.
a very tidy start for Chris Gilliland. A 180 and a 14 dart hold.
Second leg is James to throw first. Game on. $40. $180.
That's for Gilliland to kick off leg 2.
$96. $60. $60.
So Gilliland here going at a really good pace. That's
140.
another ton 40. 2 180s, 2 140s in the opening couple of legs. Leaves himself on 1-2-1 after 9.
83. Bishop record 121.
I go bullseye first with Richardson not on a finish. So 25 leaves himself on 96. And that treble would have left him a data double 18.
65.
We're going to hoover up the first couple of legs in next to no time at all.
Potentially. Both legs.
54.
In
Bishop record
14 darts.
56.
Tops he needs.
$16.
Literally shoved the wire. It was that close.
140. Chris, you require 40.
So for the break. Oh, can he find a way here? Because the darts sit up, how much can he
20.
see? Not enough. Just dragged below.
James, you require 28.
So Richardson back for double 14 to level
James
up.
on
And
the
despite the
second leg.
brilliance of
James
Chris
Richardson.
Gilliland in the opening leg and a half, it's Richardson who levels up at 1 apiece.
So look, it's Chris to throw first.
Pick the pocket.
Game on.
Gilliland there.
In fairness to Richardson, he's been put up against one or two real battles today because he was on the receiving end of Luke Littler in his first game of the
100.
day, that 101.79. And here, Chris Gilliland has got out the tracks quite well himself.
96. $55. $98.
Both players more than aware of the
100.
importance of the results or variables in terms of results
60.
in this one. A win for Richardson keeps him in the mix for a place in Group B. Defeat leaves him with it all to do.
45.
And James is one of those players, isn't he, that knows every single microscopic scenario. He'll leave nothing to chance.
100.
No, the players are, well, they have a big monitor in there to basically see the images you're seeing at home or at work. Maybe.
60. James, you require 147.
We know.
They also have another monitor with the table on it.
97. Chris, you
With all
require
the
141.
legs for and against and matches played, etc. And he went close to this, but not this time.
48. James, you require 50.
So for the break in a 2-1 lead, despite the fast start from Gilliland, tops are Richardson.
40. Chris, you require 93.
Now, does he go aggressive? No, he went for the ball. Trouble 15 leaves tops.
73. James, you require 10.
And so, is it 2 fives or is it the split?
No score.
It was the split and he goes to the other side. He's in the
Chris, you
17,
require
James.
20.
And so Gilliland returns for 2-1. Put him halfway. Was the victory poser, put him full
James
clear
on
of
the third
Richardson.
leg.
With
Chris
just
Gilliland.
6 points left to play for. Gilliland leads 2-1.
Well, that sort of levels things up, really, after leg 2, doesn't it?
Fourth leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Multiple missed darts at a double by Gilliland in leg 2, and
42.
Richardson stepped in and took advantage. Gilliland has done the same in leg 3.
$98.
Let's take a look at the angle of entry for Richardson. Yeah, fairly neutral, though. That one just went across, as
117.
did dart 3. You can see how below horizontal. You can see how much room that leaves for
100.
a player that has that stacking nature.
140.
Downstairs to start, Chris Gilliland on 303.
$95.
Huge moment in this match here, this leg.
81.
Breaker throw for Gilliland, and then he will be serving it out for the match.
That last one should result in the treble, the way those
100.
first two stacked
James,
just
you're
underneath the bed. And so
121.
Richardson 1-2-1 to level up at 2 apiece. Treble 17. Left the ball, and so Gilliland to
62.
get the break and
We should
to
require
move one away.
108.
Single 19. Oh. Well, this may be because of the times yesterday he found the 2 treble 19s when he didn't
Goes
need
on
them,
the
and this
fourth
time he
leg.
finds the tops.
Chris Gilliland.
15 dart break of throw. And the scenario I explained
Fifth leg,
has
it's
come
Chris
to
to
fruition
throw
with that
first.
108 checkout.
Game on.
The man who's been the king of the ton plus checkouts this week has found one at a crucial point, and Gilliland with throw now has the opportunity to stretch that advantage over
55.
Richardson and to put himself on the cusp of would-be qualification. It would end the hopes of Gates.
100.
Well, but there is a potential here that in the next couple of games everything could be decided. Littler, he gets beaten by Bartons, that's that. And if Gates beats Richardson, that would pretty much be that.
58.
Gilliland lead win over DeVos. Could potentially all be done by game 9. Everything could be decided by that point.
60. $140.
James Richardson in the background there, just chalking the finger that the barrel rests against.
86.
He does have quite an unusual grip pattern.
Giving himself a chalking to.
100.
Comes up dry here. Gilliland has got 6 for the match.
60. Chris, you require
So
148.
to move 4 points clear in third spot. 6 and 148 for Chris Gilliland. He may do it within the space of 3.
Tops.
128.
Millimetres away from doing exactly that. He's going to come back for double 10 to seal a 4-1 success.
65. Chris, you require 20.
An average of 88.04. There's been a few missed doubles in there. Can he find the double now that'll get him over the line? Yes is the answer.
Shot on
And
the
Chris
match.
Gilliland
Chris
is in cruise
Gilliland.
control when it comes to the race now for Group B. He moves 4 points clear of James Richardson, ending the race for Leonard Gates in the process. An 86.69 average, 4 out of 14 when it came to the doubling. Gilliland was just too good in the end for James Richardson. 2 defeats from his day thus far. That's the end of round 2 for the day. Round 3 gets underway with Barton's Littler after this.
Welcome back to Wednesday's action here at the MODUS Super Series. 6 games down so far. And Mace, it's looking like we pretty much know the direction of this group, isn't it?
Yeah, it's sort of panning out how we predicted this morning. That gap was just too big to close. Both players have been pushed hard so far already today. And both have came through with flying colours in the end. Andy Bartons was put right under early doors by Gert de Vos, but came through 4-3. And James Richardson gave Luke Littler a bit of a scare. But what is fascinating is the fact that Luke Littler yesterday was losing the type of matches that he's lost today. And maybe he's just sort of had just changed his mindset slightly and thought, look, let's just try and get the points. But the only aspect of his game which has been a worry is the doubling. Yeah,
and de Vos, just to mention him, he's lost 4-3 to both of those players today, so he's played much better, but still no points.
Yeah, and that's sometimes that's the way it is. It's just that mentality. You carry that negativity over and that luggage. We've seen it so many times before where players have made a bad start on a Monday and they just can't shake it off. But come Thursday, whichever group they find themselves in, they tend to have that reset mentality, and that's what I expect from Leonard Gates and possibly Gert de Vos and maybe James Richardson.
But as for Andy Bartons, it does look like it's going to be a couple of days off for him. Still only lost 1 match so far, and today he's just kept doing his job, hasn't he?
Yeah, even when when he's had to overcome a bit of a situation, he manages just to dig out some great clutch finishing. Here being a perfect example. And when he's got 1 dart in his hand or 3 darts in his hand, it always seems to be the same result. And of course, we look at Luke Litter and that power scoring. Well, even when we look at the other metrics, Andy Bartons is on top in every department.
He is, and the thing for me, I don't know if you agree with this, is just his sort of unflappability. That finish we just saw, Gates had it at 180 before that.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's just the maturity and a bit more experience, because they're fairly level in terms of all the metrics we look at. Yeah, Andy Bartons is a little bit in front, which is why he's about to win Group A. However, it comes to that clutch finishing that. It's not even the approach play, it's those 1 and 2 and 3 dart situation. Andy Bartons just looks far more controlled in those situations, and there's no negativity about his game, where every now and again you can see Luke, who obviously is so good and expects so much from himself. I mean, if he plays like this in front of a camera, I wouldn't want to see what he's like in practice. It must be frightening.
Yeah, credit to Luke Littler, because, I mean, he had to take this check out to just even get it to this stage.
Yeah, exactly. And those are the kind of things that weren't happening for him yesterday. There has been a slight change of equipment. He's using what looks like a slightly longer Swiss point. And they seem to be going much better. And there's another example, the 112 that had to go, yet he'll then go miss 3 and 4 darts at a double. In fairness to him, they're all on the wire, and they're just not. Some days they just don't go in. That's the nature of our sport. It's fine margins.
And he could yet delay the progress of Bartons, because he does play him next. Now we'll show you the state of the league table and show you how big a task it is. Basically, Luke would have to win all of his games, and Andy would have to lose all of his games, and the leg swing go in his favour as well. But playing him could just plant that seed of doubt.
Well, I don't think it will matter in terms of the outcome on Andy winning it. But what's more important for me is they're destined to meet later on in the week at some point on finals night. So far it's two matches they've played across Monday and Tuesday, and 2 wins for Andy Bartons, 4-2 and 4-1. It's imperative that Luke gets a win over him before he plays him on Saturday night, because I'm sure they're going to match up.
Well, let's see which way it does go. If Bartons does win this match, and he will be confirmed in the field for finals night as the Group A winner. As we said, Luke Littler can delay what seems to be the inevitable, but who knows? I'll hand you back to Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much. And so, for Andy Bartons, it is his opportunity. This is his chance to make his way through to Saturday evening's finale without the stress, the worry, or the need to look over his shoulder. He has been head and shoulders above the rest of the field so far this week, but Luke Littler has been the closest
Andy
by way of competition.
Game on!
He's been the one who's put in the closest numbers towards Bartons over the course of the first 2 days, and that's why he's the only one still with a mathematical chance of catching him. But to do that, he's got to win near to them. Well, pretty much hope for a Bartons meltdown. to the end of the day.
180.
Well, I'll tell you what, you just saw there with the point following that 180, just that little bit of aggression that Little is trying to put into this game. He's going to fight
85.
right up until the very last dart.
Well, I was just saying to Murph Henry, I think the main thing is here is to get a win over him before they eventually face off on
80.
Saturday night.
Luke, you require 141.
Forget about the win. Think about perfection, Luke.
65.
There's sometimes on nines you think, maybe not. That time you felt there was half a chance.
Yeah, but
140.
he's still got to get this
Luke requires
76.
76.
25, bull. Bullseye. That lie was plumb.
51. And he required 96.
He's missed a 9. He's missed the ball for a 12.
92. Luke, you required 25.
And he's nearly lost a leg.
Well, that would have been demonstrative of Andy Barton's. As Littler changes the play, he goes
15.
double 10 instead of
And
double
he
8,
required 4.
which has caused him heaps of trouble today. He could be in heaps
He
of
was on the
trouble
first
if
set.
Barton's takes
Andy
out that double
Bartons.
2, which he duly does to lead 1-0.
Yeah, and what Luke is trying to do there, which I think
Second
is the
against
right
Luke
play.
to throw first.
It's a change
Game
of
on.
tact, but you can see he's got negativity when it comes to the finishing.
100.
And I don't know how or which way he goes about it or how his mind works, but again, it's just
140.
resetting the psyche involved.
And I suppose the story of Littler's games so far today has been a case of
134.
he's bullied his opponents in the scoring phases, which has given him more opportunities
Yes.
at the double. But you sense that's not going to be the case against Barton's.
180.
Well, case in point, the fact that he was on a 9 and you looked at the scoreline, one wants 76,
59.
one wants 96. You sort of take a second look at the scoreboard and think, how on earth is he still there? Why haven't I got 6 at this?
137.
But yeah, when you look at the amount of darts at a double he's had today,
100.
he's had
And he required
25 darts
44.
at a double today. Prior to this one, and at 8.
Game shown the second
So
leg.
it's
Andy Bartons.
28-8 now. So he is creating, as you've said, multiple opportunities. Prior to this
So
match,
it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Andy has had 15 and at 8.
And he's halfway there with that
99.
11 darter. He's done it in the space of 3 minutes.
And now it's 19 in 10. So he's at 10 doubles with 19 attempts.
99.
In excess of 50%. And that's just the difference between the two.
Incidentally, if you were on the bet builder and you're looking at Luke Little as over 1.5 on 80s,
85.
he did that in 2 visits.
Well, at least we got that right.
100.
What do they say about broken clocks? Meanwhile, Barton's is racing towards the finishing line here. That's his second
180.
max. His average is just under 114. Littler is getting swept
58.
aside in next to
And
no time at all.
137.
Barton's has seen the Golden Gates open in front of him and he wants to run towards it.
97.
Must be seeing the treble 20 the size of a bucket.
140.
No,
And he
look.
required 40.
He may not want to look here. But
20.
he's going to get a go, but he
He can
has to
require
take out the 104.
Well, when he's been missing multiple darts at a double, he's been taking these kind of shots out. He's not too bad with one in hand.
Game shot in the third leg.
Perfect
Luke
example.
Littler.
And crucially as well, that's a break. And so the game returns to throw, back to 2-1.
Fourth leg is
Littler has the
Luke to
darts in
throw
the
first.
fourth.
Yeah, halts
Game on.
the momentum of Andy Barton's, doesn't it? Just missed. 3 at tops for 3-0.
There's some players you'd say, how's it going to affect them? But we've seen every single time there may be a case of there being a mini setback.
35.
His response has been exemplary, Andy Barton's.
Yeah, and the opposite for Luke. When he's started to miss them, he'll miss
140.
He took out finishes of, well, the 104 there, and then in the previous game he had the 112. He puts in a third max.
100.
5 in this game, and we're only into leg 4. Hold your horses. Hold your horses.
140.
That was nearly 6 of the best.
And it was 121.
But crucially, he's going to get a go at the 89 for 2 apiece.
25. Look, you require 89.
And these two have the potential to break many a record
Game
between them.
four,
And that
flag.
will make him feel
Luke
a
Littler.
whole lot better. Back-to-back 15s. But more importantly, clinical
5th leg, it's
on the
Andy to throw
doubles.
first. Game on.
Now he fancies it.
Remember, Barton's missed 3 darts at tops to open up a 3-0 lead.
45.
And since then, it's all been about Luke Littler. And that's a rare dry start from Barton's at the beginning of a leg.
100.
It means that it's just opened up the door ajar for Luke Littler against the darts.
Oh, he's completely lost line and
81.
length on the treble 20.
And Littler here has to sense opportunity.
134. $99. $57.
So that opening that Littler did create against the darts has kind of come and gone now, especially with this type of scoring power from Barton's.
140.
A timely 140.
$133, and Eric 136.
Two on the wire.
60. Look, it requires 77.
None of those found the target.
Game
That
shot
finds
the
the
5th
target.
leg. Luke Littler.
14 dart break of throw. What a turnaround this has been since 3 missed at tops in leg 3 for
Leg is Luke to
3-0
throw first.
for Andy
Game
Bartons.
on.
And we've got to give credit where it's due. We've asked 1 or 2 questions about Luke Littler, and in this game, he is coming up with some
135.
answers.
I wonder how
57.
aware he is in terms of the qualification and what this match means. That's
125.
just taking him off of his stride, along with, of course, the barrage of big scores from
55.
Luke Littler. Because this one is looking all over it. And I said he's got to pick up a win before they ultimately
96.
will meet, or you'd think they would meet, on Saturday night.
And in fairness, Barton's has had to ride some storms today.
140.
In the games that he won against
Look,
Hertha Voss and
145.
Leonard Gates, but this may well be a bridge too far against Luke Littler, who's got 6 for the match from 145.
Treble 15 for double 12.
133.
Route 1.
Sean Dyche darts.
57. Look, you require 12.
So for a 4-2 victory to keep the race alive,
No
he
score.
is going to come back.
Had that gone in either darts, 1, 2, or
35.
3. It would have been an
Look, you
average
require 12.
in excess of a ton.
Six. And you require 157.
He couldn't, could he? No, he can't. And so Littler back for double free for the points.
97. Look, you
To
require
reduce the gap
6.
to 4 and to keep Barton's honest. Double free. He's already had a plethora of match darts. Can't afford to miss again.
No score.
And Barton's is
And you
back for
require
3-3.
60.
He shouldn't be getting this opportunity.
Game
But
shot
he
on the
takes
6th
it.
leg. Andy Barton.
Wow, wow, wow. I was already filling in my notes.
7th and final leg. It's
Yeah,
Andy
there,
to throw
9 at a
first.
double.
Game on.
No, 6. No, 9. It was 9, yeah. 3 visits.
180.
Barton's was on the canvas. He was slugging on the ropes. But he's come back up,
100.
survived the count, and he's come back swinging. Oh my goodness.
180.
No way could Andy Barton's qualify for Saturday night by hitting a 9-darter.
96. And he record 141.
This would be the most incredible way to qualify. Triple 19. Double 12. The brilliant Belgium nearly did it in
117.
style. Littler thought it was in. Littler thought it was going to happen. We all thought it was going to happen.
Would have been the most bizarre way to
44.
win a match he
And
should
he
have
required
lost.
24. Game
But a
shot
10
and the
will be
match.
enough. And
Andy
the brilliant
Barton.
Belgium Andy Barton, who has taken Group A by storm, has qualified for Saturday night's finale. And in some style, he missed double 12 to do with a 9. 10's enough. He gets a better Luke Littler by 4 legs to 3. And ultimately, that head-to-head is the reason why he is through. Leonard Gates and James Richardson is coming up after this. Follow that.
Welcome back. So confirmation then that Andy Bartons is through to finals night. He has won Group A with a couple of games to spare as well after that comeback win against Luke Littler. Littler now can't catch him in top spot, and he almost did it with a 9-dart finish as well. What a way for the Belgian to seal qualification. Now the action resumes for James Richardson, still harbouring some hopes of forcing his way into Group B. He takes on Leonard Gates, who knows he will be in Group C for the rest of this week's action. And guiding you through all today's 15 fixtures, it's Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
And breathe following the conclusion to that last match. Well, I think that one might go down in the MSS Gold archives.
Yeah, it was a little bit special. But you picked up on something that's very apt. That yes, there is an 8-point gap between Littler and Andy Bartons after both players have
First leg is Leonard to
completed
throw
13
first.
matches, but 6
Game
of those
on.
8 have been against Andy Bartons. I'm looking at his stats today, and he's played 3-1-2.
140.
11 from 41 on the doubles. And ultimately, that is a stat that is why he can now not
55.
catch Andy.
That's 2 red pen legs worth.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Now, the permutations in this one,
140.
if Richardson wins, he goes within 2 of Gilliland. If he loses, he
60.
will go... Well, he will remain 4 behind with only 4 points available, whilst Gilliland still has 3 to play. So,
And because of the legs
100.
difference, Gilliland would be in third place,
yeah.
no matter what.
It's a must-win game for James.
98. Then you require 121.
Well, we pretty much know, or will know, our Group C and our Group B. And
43.
we'll look at that at the conclusion of this game and into our next.
60.
Well, it's been a good start
And
for
did you
Gates.
require
78 after
78.
12 with the darts. Richardson back on 2-2-8. So he's got the luxury of time. He may only need the 2.
Well, it
Double
was
six.
a much improved performance, wasn't it, in match
66.
2 after his opening match against Chris Gilliland. He went down 4-2 with an 85-58. He responded with a 95-75, but unfortunately
94.
he was facing
And you require
Andy
12.
Bartons. And we know what happens there.
Well, this was a target
No
that
score.
caused Luke Littler
James, you
all
require
sorts of trouble in the last match.
134.
And then Gates has had a similar fate, and it's come to the 6s, but he's going to get another bite of the cherry.
118. Then you require 12. Game
1-0
shoulder
Gates,
first
and he
leg.
used that
Leonard Gates.
first start as a lovely bumper for the second, a beautiful guide, and so Gates one up. Richardson in this must-win game
Second
is going to have
against
to do it
James
from
to throw
behind.
first. Game on.
The one thing that's quite evident
120.
straight away when you look at James Richardson's performance today is the maximum count being down on yesterday. And he hit 1 so far in 2 matches, whereas
45.
yesterday those maximums and those 140s are coming off the lampshades a little bit.
96.
In fact, we're talking about maximum hitting. 3 games into the day, Luke Littler has hit 9 maximums.
81.
Andy Bartons has hit 11.
Well, I think we need to start
41.
looking at our Group A record for maxes.
95.
I've just seen the 180 count for the week, and you can't help but smile. There's already been 109.
60.
Yeah, that's certainly moving towards, if not already a record.
There's genuinely weeks that doesn't have that number,
45.
let alone a Group A.
I know.
I mean, not even halfway through day 3.
Certainly got to be on pace.
82.
This is something we've just seen a little bit from Leonard today. Good first leg, but he's had that odd off leg, hasn't he?
That
83.
one should have been at the
James, you
ball.
require
A 25 would
102.
have left him 130, of course, which is a much easier combination.
70.
Oh, risky.
And you require
Very
152.
risky. He hits the ball there. He leaves himself 7.
Oh, no risk, no reward as far as Richardson's concerned. And
60.
so double 16
James, you
to
require 32.
level up at 1 apiece. 16
James on the
found,
second
1-1.
leg. James Richardson.
In the announcement from the ADC, who, of course, we work closely with here at the Super Series,
So look, it's Leonard to throw first.
the next 12
Game.
months there's going to be over 5,000 sanctioned ADC events, which are, of course, the Vault series that
60.
happen weekly up and down the UK and Ireland, and of course now in
91.
the Oceania region, and now venturing across to Europe. I can't
100.
recall something that's been so well received in amateur darts for years and
100.
years and years. I mean, change was needed, and hence why ultimately there was a split, because it just got stale. It was
81.
a very long-winded route, and of course we're different people nowadays, aren't we? We want everything now. Well, yesterday.
100.
And not just that, the whole demographics of society had changed, not to get political, but we're in the middle of a cost of living crisis. So the options of travelling around
41.
Europe is there for some and maybe not for others. And so the systems that are in place are there for different people and different life scenarios. You've got that option. If you want to travel, if you still want to travel, you can travel
100.
and still be very successful. But if you want to venture out more locally and still harbour success, still play in front of the TV screens like you can do here at the Super Series,
100.
those avenues are open
James,
for
you
you.
require 110.
Yeah, without that huge financial burden of having to travel globally to pick up required ranking points
64. And you require
to get yourself in
190.
the mix to win some big money. And let's be honest, the route, play your local pub, win that,
79.
then progress to
James, you
win a
require
place here at the Super
46.
Series, win your week, win the Champions of Champions. You've got enough money to go to
James
Q
on the
school,
third leg.
become a pro.
James Richardson.
Richardson gets the break to lead 2-1. I wonder what that reminds me of. It
Well,
reminds me a
it's
little bit of the
James to
news of the
throw
world.
first. Game on.
Start in your pub, and
Yeah.
you get on the big stage, win big jackpots, win big prizes.
Well,
91.
even those that qualified for the news of the world were heralded back in the day, weren't they? Never mind winning the amazing
60.
trophy.
And of course, the Vault gives a lot of qualifiers for this competition, but at the end of the year, in October time, there is going to be a
86.
Vault finals. So basically, the best performing players in those competitions will then play in a finale. I think it's about
55.
£18,000 at the minute that's been put on offer for that particular competition, and that's basically the way to decide, well, who's the king of the Vault.
140.
And I'd imagine the winner of that will probably get themselves a spot here at the Super Series.
Oh, also sponsorship opportunities.
85. 100. 95. James, you require 84.
84 for Richardson. Double 19. And left and double 12.
52. 100. James, you require 32.
A
3-1. Oh.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
it
James
goes.
Richardson.
James Richardson. One leg away, and there you can see
5th leg is Leonard to throw
just
first.
applying
Game.
chalk to the area of the fingers that caress the barrel.
43.
Aids with release.
And different players that in different ways. We're going to watch
60.
Matt Clark in action tomorrow, and he has a grip wax, doesn't he?
Yeah, I use like a, same as Phil, it's like a little resin powder that just makes it a
140.
little sticky.
$180.
That's another max. And actually, the record for maximums in a group is 131. That was done in the early days of the Super Series back in, well, that was done in September
45.
2021. Really was back in the early days of this competition. Well, that maximum there for James Richardson means it's 110. So we need another 21 between now and the end of the day. And when you consider we've still got Bartons and Littler to come a couple of times, that's very much on.
Hey, well, that must have been
60.
some group. Bet Chaz Barstow was in it.
Must have been some vocal cords on that referee that week.
81.
Vocal suites.
Adams, Cullerton, James Richardson, Gary Robson, Stu Wilson, who were
59.
Richie Burnett. Wow.
Must have been a week Murph did.
31. And then you reckon 154.
Probably in a week I did, and I'm going to go, dope. 2 treble 19s and tops.
136. James, you reckon
Yeah,
144.
the win by 4 legs to 1, and to move into Chris Gilliland, the 144 isn't going to go.
50. Then you require 18.
Oh, double 9 to extend the match. Oh, that's okay. No, you haven't bust. Double 2.
$14. James, you require
Quite
94.
Oh, that's not in. He's going to go 54. He may stay there. Oh, I struggle to see
43.
the logic.
Then you require
You've got
4.
to sort of put out a rangefinder.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
It's all immaterial.
Leonard Gates.
3-2.
And so Richardson has the throw in the 6th
6th leg
to
is James to throw
get
first.
the job done and to
Game on.
put himself within 2 of Gilliland. And Gilliland in action. Up next against Het de Vos.
60.
Could, with Richardson win here, go level on points with Leonard Gates and could actually leapfrog him in the table
100.
due to the legs differentials.
123. 100. 60.
43 points adrift.
123.
80 points in front. James has got to watch himself here,
94.
because Gates will have the darts if it goes to a decider.
This has been a good leg from Gates.
138.
1,
James
2, 3, 138 leads
164.
on tops after 12, and so it's 164 for the match. You feel had to go.
Plenty of red pen in this one.
95. And as you require, 40.
More red pens than a branch of staples.
Game shot
And
the
then a
6th
gate
leg.
sends us all the way
Leonard
to leg
Gates.
7. A leg which Richardson needs to get. Moving on to 12 points.
Seventh
If
and
not,
final leg, it's Leonard to throw
Chris
first.
Gilliland's pretty much
Game
Group
on.
B certainty. Good
95.
recovery the last dart there from Leonard.
$58. $60.
What a time this would be for his second max of the match.
180.
I know, 20 short of the record.
Aye, 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 it's 111 now.
100. $58. $55.
Oh, that last one looked edgy, didn't it? Feeling the tension.
Well, it's handed Richardson 6 against the darts to get the game done,
41.
get it won. And Gates can't say he hasn't had opportunities. He's missed 10 darts, a double in this match, whilst Richardson is word perfect on the outer ring.
85. James, you reckon
Yes,
164.
A bit like a quiet, sluggish last leg. Both players had their battles this week. Richardson wants the ball.
133.
Doesn't go, and so
Manager
Gates
reckon
106.
106.
Triple 18. We'll give him a dart at double 16. And so Richardson back for 31.
58. James, you require
He's already had a match dart at the
31.
bull. He's going to get a couple more here.
15 for double 8.
50.
Oh dear.
Leonard, you require 48.
And so 48 for Gates. Double 16. Now it's 8.
Go.
And that is
shot
great
on
for
the
Gates
match.
because that moves him
Leonard Gates.
on to 8 points. And it means that James Richardson's week is most probably going to end in Group C. Leonard Gates, a 4-3 victor against James Richardson, who had a couple of darts to get the game won himself. It was the only darts he missed. A double in the match was the 3 to go on and win it. Leonard Gates gets over the line by 4 legs to 3. Next up, Het de Vos against Chris Gilliland, where Gilly can rubber stamp his place into Thursday and Friday night.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where in Group A, Andy Bartons has already qualified for finals night, and everybody else pretty much knows where they're going to be. In fact, after this match, all of the groups for the rest of the week could be confirmed, depending on the scoreline. It could happen if Gert de Vos beats Chris Gilliland for the first time this week. If Gilliland wins, then he joins Luke Little on 16 points in the top 3. And will definitely be in Group B. Right, to talk you through it, I will hand you back to Henry and Chris.
Well, thank you very much, Murph. So, game 9 could see everything signed, sealed, delivered, as Stevie Wonder once famously said. Chris Gilliland, he could be the sort of player that, should he make it through to Group B, could severely go under the radar. We've spoken about the brilliance of Bartons and Littler, but what he's done over the last 3 days shouldn't
Game on.
be discounted, discredited, or put underneath that radar at all.
Yeah, players now
85.
enter the seventh cycle of matches. No, the 8th, isn't it?
140.
Oh no, there's 6. No, sorry, there's 2 to play for everybody, isn't there? Everybody is now-
100.
Or this is the final game, isn't it? Final game of 13 for each. Players play 15 in total.
60.
Though James Richardson is 4 behind Gilliland, Gilliland would, on my reckoning, have to
123.
lose all of his matches 4-0. And then Richardson win his remaining by a similar scoreline. But a win for Gilliland.
100.
That pretty much is it. Or even a defeat 4-3, wouldn't it?
And the bookies have him as a heavy,
83.
short price favourite at 8-13 to win this one, compared to the 6-5 of Gert de Vos.
60. You require 110.
Or 17 would have given him a dart at tops, and so
50.
Gilliland 1-4-1, which
Which you reckon
Bartons narrowly missed
141.
for a 9 earlier on today to break the throw in the space of 15. Well, we know the route now. Treble 19.
89.
What we would have done is we would have just
But you
clipped the
reckon
first 2 visits of Bartons together, and that of Gilliland, we would have had the 9. Tops of de Vos.
40.
Oh,
Chris
52
require 52.
for an early break.
Tops for Gilliland. Now double 10.
32.
Chance to come and
You
go.
require 20.
And when Hurt's been given opportunities, he has been able to take them. The issue has been his opponents have outscored him for large swathes, and, well, those 2 darts are a horrible lie for him. Has to move all the way
No
across.
score.
And he came ever
Chris
so close to
required
finding it with the
20.
last.
$15. You require 20.
Very edgy start to this one.
Game shot on the first leg. Gert de Vos.
Chris Gilliland won this tie on Monday. 4-2 with a 93.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first.
50% on the doubles, and you won't be surprised. Another ton plus finish. He also
58.
won by the scoreline of 4-3 yesterday with a 92-37.
100.
180s, but no ton plus finish. Very unlike him.
Yeah, it's just the 1 ton plus finish so far for him
83.
today. The 108 against James Richardson.
17 ton plus finishes on Monday, didn't we?
140.
This man, 6 of them on his own.
Yeah, I've never known a day in a group quite like that. I think the only other time I can remember
100.
something on that scale was a Group B when Scott Walters had 8 ton plus finishes in 4 matches.
105.
We'll be talking about Scott Walters tomorrow when Group C gets underway.
Was it Graham Usher when he hit the 9 had 4 ton plus finishes?
He was 2-0 down to Dan Reed in the Champion of Champions special we did before we turned the
60.
Live League into the Super
We're
Series.
going 156.
He was actually struggling in that game, and then he hit a 161, 9 darter, and then he had a 121 and another big ton plus out. It was probably one of the most incredible displays
100.
you'll ever see. And he didn't even win that tournament.
Oh, went on to secure his tour card, of course.
You know, that was our little round off where he put all the
100.
phase
Okay, we're going
champions together in a
56.
one-off week. That was really good fun, that was.
Yeah, it was a great week.
Game shown
Great
the
start to the
second
match
leg.
for
Gert de Vos.
DeVos. It was a long old leg in leg 1, a 24 dart hold, but
Third leg,
it's
it's
a
Gert
14
to throw
dart break of
first.
throw and a 2-0
Game on.
lead.
And unless he's thrown a hedgehog in the next leg, he won't be going 10 better.
26. $47.
His out of sorts performance so far from Gilliland.
$140.
Maybe he's just mentally switched off a little, thinking his job done.
You know, it's a little bit like the adrenaline's just beginning to
100.
sap, which can sometimes happen. It's just a natural thing. And you get the sense that the urgency isn't
75.
as it was before. The body won't react in the same way. You won't have that fight or flight mechanism.
Correct.
140.
Next up, after this, Littler up against Gates.
100.
That'll kick off round 4 of 5. Round 14 of 15 in the group.
$140. Go your record 160.
Well, for a 3-0 lead, and who would have expected this? Another one of them would have left himself for dart at tops.
80. Christian requires
So
74.
Gilliland to get on the board of a breaker throw. Double 16. And the tail of his
58.
doubles continues.
Go your require 80.
None from 7. Ooh. Cheeky.
70. Christian requires 16.
The cheeky Foxy
Game shown the
will
third
get
leg.
punished by the
Chris
Ginger
Gilliland.
Ninja. Well, it wasn't quite storybook darts, but it's another chapter in this game completed.
Yeah, it's
Fourth
the
leg, it's Chris
break
to
of
throw first. Game on.
Really has been a tough few days for DeVos.
60.
You think he's going to relish that little break, new group, back on 0? Because he knows the environment now and he can just try and go again and maybe be a bit more positive in mind, be a bit more positive in thought.
140.
Yeah, he may not be a morning person. Some players actually don't mind it. Yellow Klassen loves playing early in the morning. I absolutely despise it. I don't like
140.
playing at 1 o'clock. 9 o'clock at night's about right for me.
41.
And yeah, it's just that we've seen it so often, that reset mentality. He will be going again. tomorrow afternoon. In Group C.
100.
Gilliland looks destined to join Luke Littler in Group B,
98.
which gets underway tomorrow night from 10 p.m.
Not assuming Chris Gilliland's in, but we'll put him in question mark. David Cameron, Jordan Brooks, Kieran Tin, Luke
59.
Littler, Chris Gilliland or James Richardson. Good luck picking three from that.
In Group C, which I'll call it, James Richardson, Leonard Gates and Gert de Vos will be joined
52.
Harry
Which we're
Ward,
going
Lee Cox, Matt
142.
Clark.
by... It's not quite out the fire into the frying pan, it's out the fire into the fire.
102. But you require 170.
Not even St Elmo's fire flickered that strongly. So Gilliland back for tops for 2-2.
46. Because you require 40. Game show on the fourth leg.
And
Chris
level we are,
Gilliland.
2 apiece. Desmond.
Fifth leg, it's Gert to throw first. Game on.
Back-to-back 16 dart legs for Gilliland.
78. $96. Whoa!
DeVos is smelling something here.
180. $100.
The one thing that looked better there was the follow-through.
$123.
Could get a bit messy.
43. But you require
An
120.
opportunity to lead 3-2.
$112.
See that a lot nowadays. Traditionally, with 62 remaining, the obvious route would be the treble 10 for double 16, but see, a lot of
58.
players now go for
But you require 8.
treble 18. for
Game
that
show on
double
the fifth
there.
leg. Gert de Vos.
Cleans up in 13. He's a leg away, Hurt DeVos and Chris
Sixth leg,
Gilliland.
it's Chris to throw
May
first.
just have to wait that
Game
little
on.
bit longer.
$60.
Gilliland comes up dry. What can DeVos do by way of response?
96. $100.
Well, a big score here, and he'll have the trump card.
180. $98.
So DeVos 225 points away against the darts for a 4-2 win against Chris Gilliland. Defying the odds of the bookmakers from the start who had
45.
Gilliland as the heavy favourite.
$100.
6 to set up.
$140. Because you require 143.
So Tots for DeVos to
127.
claim a 4-2
They require
success.
40.
Been a decent performance in spells. And that first dart is a lovely guide, but he can't follow it. And
20.
he can't find the double 10.
Chris requires
And
16.
so he may be going all the way. Gilliland's been floating around in this leg. He may get to clean up.
Game shot the
And does.
sixth leg.
17
Chris
dart.
Gilliland.
Oldest throw after 3 match darts. Gone begging.
7th and final leg. It's Gert to throw first. Game on.
Well, those are the darts of a man who just hasn't had the opportunity to win games this week.
Yeah, and
100.
maybe a little bit of belief has gone, which, listen, you couldn't blame him, could you?
$59. $13. $100.
Well, his final leg very much up in the offing after the first couple of throws apiece. Will be down to margins like that 140 for DeVos.
$100.
As you are.
Only thing to split them is advantage of throw.
140.
Visit. Referee Owen Binks doing a fine job. He's off to
52.
Australia and New
They
Zealand.
require
Did he tell you
108.
about that?
He also went to Bahrain. DeVos could get the job done. If he can find a Shanghai on the 18s, not to beat. And so Gilliland
52.
is only going to have the opportunity to set up and hope with DeVos on 56.
How much pressure can he apply? Plenty.
134.
He
They require
leaves
56.
56. Parity. Double 12.
Game
Well,
shot
that's
on the
one way
match.
to go about it.
Gert DeVos.
DeVos picks up his third win of the week with an average of 86.72, 84.16. Chris Gilliland will be disappointed with that performance. But ultimately, he looks pretty safe in Group B. When we come back, Luke Littler takes on Leonard Gates.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the last 3 fixtures have all gone the distance. 7 legs played in all of them. Starting with that 4-3 win for Andy Bartons against Luke Little, which secured the Belgians' place at finals night. Then Leonard Gates beating James Richardson by the same score, and Hert de Vos getting just his 3rd win of the week. Those results also mean that everything is settled in terms of the Group A table. Bartons straight through to finals night. Littler and Gilliland playing in Group B, and then Richardson, Gates and de Vos heading for Group C tomorrow and Friday. So Littler about to take on Gates in the 10th match of today. Luke has won both of their previous meetings, but Leonard did have match darts to beat him yesterday.
Thanks, Murph. Well, and Gates trying a different setup in this one. Looking at the odds and the level of play so far today, you can go Littler to win 4-2 or better at even money, and I think that's decent punt, Henry.
Indeed, especially when we tell you this. Leonard Gates has
First
changed
leg
his
is Luke
darts.
to throw first. Game on.
And he's in this unique position where he knows his fate is settled and he's not 100% fine with everything. And Luke Littler himself has had a little bit of a tinker himself.
100.
And so they're using this opportunity, Littler using the shorter stems, just to try and get everything correct going into the final couple of days action. These two,
100.
the next time they meet, if they are to meet this week, will have to be on Saturday night. Luke Littler in Group B and Gates in Group C, as Murph mentioned up on the balcony.
93.
Well, this is a great opportunity. If, like you say, his fate is settled.
41.
There's a time and a place to use new equipment, and well, for him right now, there's nothing he can do in terms of table position or where he's going to end up.
95.
So it's totally different using a set of darts or a new setup in practice and then using them in a match.
7.
You just throw them slightly different. So there's going to be a time to experiment. Do it now.
A bit like the last day of a Premier League season
100.
when you know that you've won the title and you just give some young players some minutes to see how they get along. So Littler with acres of time, even if Gates does hit a max here
135.
to get the first leg done.
113.
6 on 113 on opening. They're cold. He may only need the 3 as he goes for tops.
73.
We'll return.
$100. Look, you require 40.
Tops for a hold and 1-0.
Game shot on
We'll
the
please
first
him.
leg.
Bang in the
Luke
middle.
Littler.
Drama free.
And that's one thing he can deal with and do
Second
with
against
now.
Leonard to throw first.
And I feel
Game
like
on.
we're in a similar point to yesterday with Luke Littler when he played Hert de Vos in his 4th match of the day. He had his trials and tribulations
60.
again with the doubling. There's been nothing wrong with his scoring power this week. And then he had that fuss-free 4-0 victory against Hert. And it's what he could do really in the 4th game here today.
100.
One of the tracks flying, beat James Richardson 4-3 and then beat Hert de Vos by the same scoreline. But the game against Andy Bartons, well, you're going to naturally
140.
diffuse after that. And you could do with a couple of victories just to keep the spirits up going into tomorrow.
Well, that match you mentioned, he had 9 darts to win it before then seeing
180.
Andy Bartons missed double 12 for the 9 in the deciding leg of the match and winning it in 10, which is our best leg of the
140.
week so far, of course.
The best leg anyone's thrown in this venue, unless your name's Conor Heenahan.
45. And you require 161.
Well, my Mystic Mason tagline would have been right on point because I said to Murph at the top of the show, I fancy a 9. We've had so many matches.
85.
It's that kind of group, isn't it? And so many ton plus finishes. It's just combining all the elements.
It's going to happen Saturday night.
100. Energy required 76.
It's going to come Saturday night.
58.
Make sure you're here so you can watch
Energy
it
required
live.
76.
Tickets available via dartshop.tv. Oh my goodness.
57.
What have you done there?
Energy required 18.
There's creativity and sometimes there's lunacy.
10. Looking required 19.
Double 8.
3. The energy required 8.
Two fours for Gates to square up. Littler waiting in the background, but he's not going to get a go. Gates levels up at one apiece, and we'll just go back to that play there. One of the things we love about Luke Littler is the creativity when it comes to certain finishes and the way that he plays the game. But there's been one or two maybe occasions this week where it's just been one or two finishes where maybe
125
conventionalism could have come into play.
Well, double 19s, you wouldn't purposely leave it anyway. It's just in a horrible area of the board. And
100.
when you're trying to, just get the main structure or the finishing department of your game on point, taking the 76 out treble 20 double 8 clinically in 2 would allow you to build a bit of confidence. Not sure it in 2 double 19s, a double you would rarely aim at, would give you any particular confidence on a key double, because it's not a key double.
100. 85. Looking for 136.
136 or 2-1. He's got 6. Going to need the 6.
58. 60. Looking requires 78.
He's going to get the luxury of time as Gates just can't quite find his score in boots.
Tried to throw a flatty.
58.
He did throw the flatty. Unfortunately, it was just slightly overpitched.
So what you're saying was the flatty was a bit flappy.
43. Looking required
Double
20.
10.
No score.
Decides to bust.
And as you require,
Gates 158. He's been
158.
completely out of this leg. And it's highly unlikely it goes.
Out of the last one.
92. Looking required 20.
54-54 ball. Different.
Games on the third leg. Luke Littler. Fourth leg is Leonard to throw
So
first.
Little at 2-1 in front. Averaging just under 83.
$140. $100. $125. $140. $41.
So that visit means that Littler's now against the darts. Got 6 and 2, 6-1 to open up a 2-leg gap, and then he'd have the throw in the next to get the game won. And that's a second max to the match from Littler. In fact, over the course of the day so far today, as far as Luke Little is concerned. He has hit 3 maximums in every single game that he's played.
140.
He's on for an
Luke McGuire,
11.
81.
He's suddenly lit a spark. Ball. Brilliant!
Game shot on the 4 flag.
12th
Luke
darter for
Littler.
Littler. It's 3-1.
Fifth leg is Luke to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, another 4-visit leg for Littler over the course of the last 3 days.
119.
Well, you mentioned the handicap stakes
60.
in this particular match. Oh!
120.
It was almost a hat-trick if it wasn't for the deflection of the barrel of the second. And now he goes searching around the stage for the littler dart. We have lost darts in this building before. Our Stephen Burton.
Yes, he's ended up
31.
underneath the stage, didn't it? It went through the little squares in the stage that put all the smoke up in the air on
56.
finals night.
You know, we use the phrase, the darts are smoking. It was quite literal on that occasion.
60.
$206 points away from
91.
wrapping this one up. 4-1. Well, the only way you can leave a finish on
77.
350
Luke McGuire,
is
115.
with a 180. May go ball here with him back on 273. Could stay there. Ball for tops. Could stay there
58.
again for double 16. Ultimately leaves 57.
There's a bullseye in play. Expect Littler to go for that play.
137.
So for 4-1
Luke
success,
McGuire,
it moved on to
57.
20 point. Tops. For 4-1 win.
Game
And Luke
shot
Littler
and
seals
the
success
match.
against Leonard
Luke
Gates as a
Littler.
4-1 victory for the Nuke. An 88.89 average, 4 out of 13 on the doubles. He just had too much in the end for Leonard Gates. 1 out of 6 on the doubles, but it was the scoring power of Littler that proved too much for the American ace. And so, time for a break. And when we return, we are going to begin the coronation of Andy Bartons. We'll let him begin his victory lap as he takes on Chris Gilliland after this.
And so 5 games left to play here in Group A at the MODUS Super Series, and it is indeed the victory parade now for Andy Bartons, who still has only lost 1 match so far in the group. He's about to take on Chris Gilliland. He's heading for Group B later in the week. Barton's looking for a record equaling tally, having just dropped that 1 match so far. And I'll get Chris Mason and Henry Deacon's thoughts on this, but surely this is already the best ever debut campaign at the Super Series. What do you think, guys?
I can only think of one other that may draw parallels or comparison, and even then I don't even think
First
it's to
Chris to throw
Barton's
first.
levels, and that's Raymond Smith.
Game on.
Yeah, that's a very good shout, Henry. Yeah, he has been outstanding, and it's how he's dealt with adversity that's been the impressive part of his game.
100.
Just his no flap attitude.
$41.
Notice that the acceleration through the throw is just slightly increased in his last couple of matches, and that could be a bit of
68.
fatigue. He's giving it a little bit extra. I mean, it is, when they're thrown, they are
42.
definitely thrown.
I think because of the fast-paced nature and the quality of the group, I think a lot of mental petrol has already been
60.
used up.
Yeah, it's been well burnt. And like you mentioned earlier, you wouldn't be normal
55.
if you didn't mentally just come off the top slightly, knowing that you've done enough.
180.
Well, it's pretty similar to being punched in the face 10 times and then expecting to come back up again.
Like that.
180. Chris, you require
Never out of a leg
93.
when Bartons is about, although Gilliland does have 6 on 93.
$53. $65. Chris, you require
Getting ever
40.
closer to the record tally of 180s in a Group A.
$20. And you require 118.
As you rightly said, Henry, Andy Bartons is never out of a leg. Can he find tops?
Game
And he
shot the
does.
first leg. Andy
Very much
Bartons.
a case in point there, Henry.
The Bartons break to lead 1-0.
Second against
And
Andy
if you are
to
asked
throw
about the
first.
180s total,
Game.
2 in that first leg brings it up to 117 for the group. We are, well, in game 11 of the day. You can see the Littlest in
55.
action one more time. Barnes has got one more after this. Richardson can go hell and level on the max stakes as well. There is a possibility it could be done.
Yeah, we're just 14
100.
off of that record of 131. Get a few more in this one, of course.
99. $140.
Just a
55.
reminder as to the direction of travel as far as tomorrow and Friday is concerned at the Super Series. We're going to be back with you at 1 o'clock. That's going to be exclusively on the Super Series YouTube channel
57.
for the first 6 games of Group C. Then we'll be joining our friends on Sporty Stuff TV from 3 to see that through to a conclusion. And then 10 o'clock will be the Group B action on
100.
Thursday and Friday night. And that is all live on Sporty Stuff TV before we head through to Saturday evening's finale. And I know it's a couple of days away yet, but we are already looking forward to it.
100.
We sure are. I'm certainly looking forward to tomorrow afternoon to see how James Richardson.
81.
Gates
As you
and
require
Gert de Vos
104.
reset and go again. This man will be enjoying a
64.
nice break.
And he require 111.
He'll be back on at 10 o'clock tomorrow night. Well, this man won't be back until Saturday.
49.
His interview on Monday is
As you
anything to
require
go by. He's
40.
going to have a good time. Tots of Gilliland to level up. And to get the break back.
Game's on the second
And
leg.
the break he does get
Chris
back. And level we
Gilliland.
are again. One apiece. And, well, we did actually ask the question. We thought that
Delegates
maybe
Chris to
Andy
throw
would
first.
continue just to maybe sail off into
Game
the
on.
sunset a little bit. But even he may have been hit by this mental petrol a little bit.
$100. $100.
Can you sometimes try too hard in these games to get going?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things you've got to sort of
134.
arrive rather than force the issue. It is very much a game where at one moment you try
100.
too hard, things tend to go wrong.
$60.
It's a tough game in that aspect where you just try and relax and let your natural ability flow, but your
140.
your natural instinct is to try your hardest. That's what we do in life.
Almost fighting against yourself.
Yeah.
57. And he require 161. $90. Because you require 150.
Right shot there. Even the 25 would have left him a $2 opportunity.
So 71 to make it a third consecutive break in the match. And at
88.
this particular juncture,
And
we
he
can
requires
begin to call
71.
it a bricathlon. Double 16. For
Game shot
14.
the third leg.
And Andy Bartons has just
Andy
begun to make a little
Bartons.
bit of a kick after a slow start. A 14 darter to break Gilliland and lead 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
All breaks of throw so far.
100.
Which player is going to grab this one by the scruff of the neck and try and control it?
78.
Well, if Bartons does win this one, he would move on to 26 points. And the record in the Group A campaign is 28. Jim McEwen, Josh Payne, both
40.
doing that back in the predecessor Live League format in Southampton. An opportunity to make more Super Series history.
100.
Of course, we had the leg difference record beat not too long ago.
Records are
43.
there to be broken.
Records are for DJs.
50.
You don't know my side hustle then.
$39.
Although they only gave me a couple of shifts on drive time.
$58.
Well, we will start tomorrow afternoon with Harry Ward against Richardson. Cox against Gates. And then Clark against
120.
DeVos. Tonight's
57.
action starts with Cameron against Littler. And then Brooks against Gilliland. And then Tian against Cameron.
99. Christian record
Tian and Littler,
158.
2 players who won development tours. Gilliland wants the 158. It's not going to happen. And so Barton's to put himself within 1.
97.
2-leg buffer.
And he requires 60.
Should get 2 at tops here. He's going to get 2 at tops. Double 10.
50.
Goes inside and it presents
Christian
Gilliland an
requires
opportunity
61.
for what would be a 4th consecutive break of throw in this match. He's going to get 2 at double 18 to do just that.
Game shot on the
Only
fourth
needs the
leg.
1. Back
Chris
to 2-2.
Gilliland.
Desmond once again.
And a missed opportunity. Randy Barton's
Fifth leg,
to
it's Chris to throw first.
take absolute control of the match.
Game on.
Prior to this game, Andy Barton's average for the day was 98.87.
Absolutely staggering. Remember, the only player so far in this Group A
137.
to defeat Andy Barton's is James Richardson. And that was about 10:30 yesterday
100.
morning. It was 4-2, and Barton's in that one averaged 90.3.
If that's something, Chris Mason
58.
hasn't lost a game since Sunday afternoon.
$140. $139. Christian record 161.
Well, this would be for a lesser spotted holder throw in this game. I'm going to go with the ball.
123.
But he's
And he
gonna
record
get-
167.
A similarly priced prize. 167 is going to go for Barton's, and so Gilliland back for 38.
59.
The choice would be as to
Christian
split or
record
hit
38.
with Barton's on 108. But it looks like he's going
Game's
straight
on
for
the
it.
fifth
He
leg.
finds it. It's a
Chris
13 darter.
Gilliland.
He finds himself a leg away from beating Barton's.
Sixth leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Any result?
Game on.
Neither myself or you expected. Potentially look at maybe playing the
140.
handicap markets again in this one. But we're always wary of where a player is mentally at this stage who has already
100.
in position and qualified and won the group.
140.
But Barton's does what Barton's does best. Even in an off game, he's conjuring things out of the fire. Back-to-back 140s.
96.
We're talking about Barton's having an off game, and he's averaging just under 88.
$105. $58. And he required 116.
So 116 to make it 3-3.
Time on his side.
54.
This is the 57 for 24, but will return.
$96. And he requires 62.
So to take us to leg 7 once again, it's been that type of group. Double 16.
46. Christian
Is he
required
gonna get another go?
151.
Or is Gilliland going to finish with a flourish?
$93.
So
And he
double
requires
8.
16. No score.
Not to be.
Chris should require 58.
So Gilliland should get 2 darts at tots now to seal a 4-2 success and become only the second player in the group to depose of Andy Barton's.
Game
Tots
shot
is
and the
found by
match.
Gilliland.
Chris
Yes, it is
Gilliland.
in. He had to double check. Yes, you have beaten Barton's, Chris. Only the second time it's happened this week. An 86-85 average in the end, 4 out of 10 when it came to the doubling. And so Andy Bartons isn't going to get the record in terms of points in Group A, but he's going to have one more game last up against James Richardson to move on to 26. Richardson is in action next. He plays his 4th game of 5 against Hert de Vos.
So, Barton's beaten by Chris Gilliland in the previous match. Won't affect anything in terms of the group table, but a second defeat of the Belgian. Work this out as well. Gilliland was beaten in his match before that by Hert de Vos, who is bottom of the table, before beating his Belgian compatriot at the top of the table. De Vos only actually had 2 wins all week going into today's play. They were both against James Richardson, who he plays for the 3rd time this week. And I will hand you back to your commentary team to talk you through it.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so, the final game of round 4 for the day. James Richardson up against Hert de Vos. 2 players who could do with a victory. Different reasons. James Richardson lost out in his first game.
First against James to throw first.
Before then going out
Game
again in the
on.
last leg decider against Leonard Gates. Sandwiched in the middle of that, a 4-1 defeat to Chris Gilliland. And it's just a sense for both players that they just need to
60.
give themselves something to shout about going into tomorrow and Friday.
Yeah, it's a time to try and build some confidence and
100.
work on any aspects of your game you're not entirely happy with. There's absolutely no pressure on this match whatsoever.
45.
You're just playing for pride and an opportunity to prep for your
100.
campaign.
$97.
Don't forget, if you're on social media, give us a follow at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. There it goes on the bottom of your
60.
screen on the score strap there. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel because there's plenty of content available there. Every session will be live, as well as highlights from every single
45.
session, plus bonus content. You can, if you missed it on Saturday, first of all, why did you miss it? You can actually watch back the Week 7 final in full
97.
between Andy Bolton and Sebastian Białecki.
Yeah, only take you a second if you are watching via YouTube.
140.
Subscribe
Gate
button
record
while there. Give us a thumbs
144.
up and hit that notification bell.
88. James, you require 114.
So 114 for Richardson. 94 less. So treble 18.
Game shot
That's
in the
excellent
first
from James
leg.
Richardson. He
James
leads Kurt DeVos
Richardson.
by a leg to nil. And as DeVos was lurking on 56, Richardson takes out a ton topper. A whopper.
Well, it
Second
was
against
after
Gert
that
to throw
dart
first.
that
Game
looked
on.
a very tired looking opening dart, but put it right with darts 2 and 3.
140.
Off the 54 and finding tops. Again, another low one.
$60.
Win here for DeVos.
105.
Would put him on 8 points with Leonard Gates.
57.
And a win of 4-2 or better for Gert DeVos would put Leonard Gates on the foot of the table.
42.
Who'd have suspected that?
Well, would have. After the tremendous weekend he had, you were thinking, well, he's going to be in the mix at the
32.
other end of the table. Shows you how tough this group's been. The quality has been outstanding.
95.
Mentioning a wicket at the cricket. I'm waiting to say that for
80.
2
Go
hours.
119.
Treble 20 tops. Not to be.
59.
But he's going to get the luxury of time. Richardson back on 272. You see on his face, he's trying to really
44.
force the issue,
He
isn't he,
requires
James Richardson?
60.
yeah, the opposite of what he should be doing. Tops for a level game.
Game shot in the
Finds it.
second leg. Gert DeVos.
2 legs played. 2 fairly comfortable. Holds a throw.
Third leg is James to throw first. Game on.
I bet we are at 1-1. How are those we
42.
haven't seen already this week that come into groups B and C respectively? Who are you most looking forward to seeing?
Well, I'm be interested to see how Jordan
121.
goes. David
96.
Cameron, who had a disappointing defence of his seniors masters title, and it'd be interesting to see if he's now sort of
100.
acclimatised and adjusted. And Kieran Tierney, who we've actually not seen for
45.
a while.
Yeah, you kind of saw him at the start of the last series, didn't we?
Yeah, and
81.
well, Group C, Harry Ward, who was a proven player, a Pro Tour winner, who decided to just step away. And
140.
he's now sort of fallen back in love with the game. Cox is always a good watch.
126.
Matt Clark, we know what we're going to get from Matt Clark. He'll be in the final on Saturday. That's what he does.
43.
He'll be in the final on Saturday,
73.
qualify for Champions Week. At DeVos for the break. Double 4.
69. James, you record
Richardson won his first leg with a
135.
ton topper. Just a whole throw. You sense he's going to have to do it again. He finds the bullseye.
He did the treble for tops.
119. Go, you
Clark
require
sets up
4.
double 8 beautifully.
And the tricky double 2 goes inside. So up for
Game
double
shot on
1.
the third
But
leg.
Sydney likes
Kurt
tops. Double
DeVos.
1 wasn't the worst double in the world for Kurt DeVos. He leads 2-1. He gets the break.
Fourth leg, it's Gert to throw
Trailed
first.
1-0
Game
with
on.
that ton topper from Richardson in leg 1. And it's been back-to-back 17 darters for De Vos.
100.
He does play Leonard Gates in his final game, does Gert De Vos.
57.
A final cycle of games, which will be the 15th and final matches for the player, is Chris Gilliland against Luke Little next, then De
121.
Vos against Gates, and then Barton's against Richardson. Might be a sickening run-in.
I've just had something come through from one of our crew about Andy Barton. This is a brilliant factual find here. Andy Barton has won 12 games, but hasn't won any of them 4-0.
100.
Wow.
Well done to whoever
60.
dug that out. Matter of fact, we haven't seen a 4-0 all day. The last 4-0 we saw was game 12 yesterday, Littler against De Vos. In fact, there's only been 4 in the entirety of the group. That's how
59.
competitive it's been, as expected, of course.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
This is 3-1.
Gert De Vos.
This is a very tidy performance. He's averaging 91.31. Gert De Vos.
Against James to throw first.
3 from 7 on the doubles.
Game on.
11 scores in total of a ton or more. Richardson, only 5.
What's it we like to say? Tunning into
60.
submission.
Yep. Well, you're forcing the hand of your opponent.
100.
Especially on throw, because you're forcing them into 2 treble visits every time.
$60. $57. $100. $94. $100.
Well, neither player have been cooking on gas in this game. But it's been at times enough of a
96.
fuse lit for De Vos to take advantage of the opportunities, guys. 3 out of 7 on the doubles. And it's those 11-ton plus scores we mentioned earlier compared to the 4 of Richardson that's been
57.
the key difference
They
in this
require
one.
154.
But can he finish with a firecracker, with some fireworks?
138.
Set up handling.
James, you require 124.
Not a bad second prize. Well, he's at the 54 well with dart 2. Not this time. A double 8 for De Vos to wrap up a convincing
56.
4-1 win.
He
Henry.
requires 16.
As the Fox sniffed out the right time to find a big
shot and the
victory.
match. Gert
As
De
he gets the
Vos.
better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 1, a 91.84 average, and 50% when it came to the doubling for the Belgian. And it means he leaves the foot of the table, and it puts Gates on the bottom rung of this particular ladder, going into the final round of fixtures where they will face each other, sandwiched in the middle of our 3 matches. Next up for us is going to be a final run out for the players in 2 and 3 position in the group. We're going to be in Group B no matter what, Chris Gilliland and Luke Littler, but can they finish on a high after this?
Into the final 3 fixtures we go then in Group A, a group where it has been resolved who will be going to which other groups the rest of the week. Andy Barton's, of course, winning this group. And he has been beaten in his last match. That was by Chris Gilliland, 4-2, as you can see there. Gilliland about to take on Luke Littler in second place in the pair's final throws of the group. Then DeVos, Gates and Barton's end his campaign against James Richardson. And if this man does win this match, he can actually leapfrog Luke into second spot. So let's get the game on with Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. So, a final run out for this pair.
First leg, it's
pair that will
Chris
meet in Group B
Game
on
on.
Thursday and Friday, respectively. And so, this is an important game in terms of the personal head-to-heads between the pair. And taking a look at where the fixtures between these two lie on Thursday and Friday evening. Well, they are the middle match.
180.
Pretty much on both days, so they're going to be significant encounters. There's Littler has a flatty 180.
60. 97.
What has he changed?
Well, there's definitely a change of stem,
Yeah,
and there's obviously a change of grip as well.
Yeah, well,
because-
yeah, but position. But
180. $134. Chris, you've got 121.
Taylor-esque.
Bully for Gilly.
74. Look, you require 90.
The bull.
41. Chris, you require 47.
Gilliland for the opening leg. It's going to be double 14 and now double 7.
33. Look, you require 49. $41. Chris, you require 14.
I suppose the question I've got to ask, and I'll ask it if Gilliland takes out this double 7.
Game shot on the
It's 1-0
first leg.
Gilliland. The question I'm
Chris
going to
Gilliland.
ask here is,
Why?
is there
Second
rhyme
against
or
Luke to
reason to it? Is there
reverse.
method
Game
to
on.
the madness?
No, not that I.
58. $180.
But I wonder if there's going to be a point where Luke decides
58.
you could possibly, like I say, you can understand the flatty in moments, obviously, when over 20 for tops, or maybe just picture one just underneath the treble bed. It's just interesting because we've seen the
100.
flatty in cases of 20 for tops in the past, but we've not actually seen this in actual match play conditions like this.
58.
No, it's I've never seen him do this before. But each to their own. Just because I don't like it
91.
doesn't mean it's not right.
Absolutely not. And there we go. He reverts back to type.
And
guess what? It's a max.
180. Chris, you reckon 130.
And a cheeky little smile to boot.
Well, that's 4 in 2 legs. Well, we've not even completed 2 legs. Treble 17. Needs double 8.
114. Look, you reckon 147.
Can he find the whirlwind finish?
Maybe he was just. Oh, I like it. Maybe he was just
97.
practicing it for
Chris,
when he
requires
wants to use it
16.
on that occasion on the 60.
Game
Or
shot
on
on
the
the
60
second
finish,
leg.
should I say.
Chris Gilliland.
This is a ton-topping average at the moment. for Gilliland, leads 2-0.
So look, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
You're going to have to speak to Luke about that and see what was the...
Well, we've said this. It's it's all about experimenting, isn't it?
42.
And I suppose if you're going to experiment, do it now.
Keep them standing up.
180.
He's had 2 scoring visits without the flatty. They've both been maxes.
Well, he did have a flat maxi in leg 1.
47.
Where are we now in our tally for 180s? 120.
122.
96.
Ooh, 9 of all numbers away from the record, or matching the record.
10 steps from Tungsten Heaven.
58.
I suppose we're at that point in the game where we have had 5 maxims that we should state the record is 9 in a game. Josh Payne against Andy Jenkins. Payne hit 7 of them.
Still don't seem right, does it?
60.
Mark Dubridge hit 7 as well in a game here.
$95.
Was it poor Tony O'Shea on the receiving end of that, wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah.
Good friend of ours at the Super Series is the silverback.
Absolutely.
60. Look, require
Legend.
86. Game shot on the third leg. Luke Littler.
Dean Dart, break back. 3 legs played.
4th leg is Luke to throw first.
5 maximums hit. 3 for Luke Littler.
59. $100.
Mind following this, Het de Vos against Leonard Gates and Andy Barton's James Richardson to round off Group A. Number 4!
180.
As many as 4 for Luke Littler in the maximums department.
4 and 4.
Formidable.
Par
excellence. And the record is on. We're at 7. The record's 9. Is this going to be number 8?
98.
The good news is we may only be halfway through this match.
60. Look, we've got 164.
Well, we've had the scoring power. We're going to see some finishing prowess. 164 isn't going to go, but Gilliland, if he finds the 161...
64. Chris, you've got
we'll break the foe
161.
and go with him 1. The Littler will be looking at the ton to level up at 2 apiece.
61. Look, you require 100.
Surely tops. Another one of them.
Game shot on the 4th
nonchalant.
leg.
Brilliant.
Luke Littler.
Fantastic from Luke Littler to level at 2 apiece.
Yeah, lovely moment
5th leg,
there
it's Chris to throw first.
Chris Gilliland.
Game on.
Acknowledging the skill levels involved.
$123.
4 legs played and completed. 7 180s hit.
We haven't had one in a couple of visits. What's going
41.
on, chaps? Sort it out.
Oh, we've not had a leg where there's been at least one.
$100. $134.
Remember, Luke Littler's averaging 96.41, and he was playing the first couple of legs in an action that we haven't seen from him before.
60.
All aboard the maxi train.
180.
That's his 5th. That's our 8th. We're heading to record-breaking, history-making territory.
27. Luke, you're 146.
Another double 16.
114. $133.
Max on the
Luke, you require
19s.
32.
This is for
Game show on
13
the
dart.
5th leg.
Break of throw.
Luke Littler.
3 on the spin for Luke Littler. And now, how's the darts to
6th leg is
close
Luke to
this
throw
one out?
first.
What a
Game on.
performance, averaging 100.56. He's not hit a single 140.
85.
He's hit 5 180s though.
I was going to say, who needs 140 when you've got 5 maximums?
Well, Chris Gilliland's only hit 140, but 3 180s.
I'm going to
60.
show you a scoring power pack to marvel over. It's not bad, Chris, is it?
96.
This isn't it? 8-1 in terms of 180s against 140s. It's usually the other way around. Are we going to
45.
match the record? We need a max to do that. Here it comes.
180.
9 of the very best. And that is a joint record.
Here's it. A 180 every single leg
100.
of this
Look, you
match.
require 140.
And ironically, his first 140 of the match could have been to win it.
82.
He's going to come back. But if Gilliland can give us a Hail Mary maximum, we would have broken all sorts of records. Well, this has been real good fun. I hope you've enjoyed this.
46.
Because Luke Littler
Look,
is
you
on the
require
cusp of
58.
sealing victory in a record-tying game. Chance for
Game
Littler
shot on the
for a
match.
4-2 victory
Luke
and
Littler.
the most special of matches. We saw 9 maximums in 6 legs of darts. Luke Littler's average ticking just above the ton. He had 6 180s. Yes, 6 of them in that game. 4 out of 9 on the doubles. What a superb match we have been laid witness to here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Just a couple more to go, but there's going to be some crackers. Barton's Richardson last up, but next it's DeVos against Gates.
Welcome back, and we're just getting our breath back after that brilliant previous match featuring 9 maximums, a record-equaling tally as Luke Little hit 6 of them in a 4-2 success against Chris Gilliland to end his Group A campaign in second spot. Now it's a battle between the bottom 2 in the group to decide which one will not finish at the foot of the table. It's Geert de Vos against Leonard Gates, and I hope that, well, Chris Mason's got his breath back and Henry Deacon's got his voice back.
Some were hoping that the latter didn't happen, but thank you very much, Chris. So our penultimate game of what has been an enthralling Group A. Well, we gave it the big build-up, didn't we? First thing on Monday morning. We gave it the potential of being the best there ever has been.
Game on!
Well, when you look at the numbers and you look at the statistics, well, try and find many better than that, because there hasn't been.
41.
It's as simple as that.
Well, here, 180 in leg 1, lost it. A 180 in leg 2, lost that to a 13 darter from Gilliland. And then a 180 and a 15, a 180 and a 15, a 180 and a 13, and a 180 and a 15.
41.
In the early stages of that match, of course, he was experimenting with the stacking throw.
95.
Yeah, Luke Little went a bit flat, but not in the way that you'd expect.
Whoa, 180.
Ooh, Foxy. That's 127th 180 of the group.
4 to go.
45.
To match another record today. Mark, you were tallying up the 180s, weren't you?
140.
Littler this week. I'm not going to steal it. What is it?
39. 39 in Group A.
90. Got your require 99.
He's had 17 today. Tots for de Vos. Another one of them.
79.
He's going to come back. The lowest amount of maximums he's had in a day is 10.
139. Got your required 20. 16. Energy requires 72.
You'd have to say that this would be for steal for Leonard Gates.
Well, it'll feel like a breaker throw. It will be a breaker throw. It'll feel like a double break.
40. Got your required 4.
But it doesn't go. Do 2s lose for de Vos? The Madhouse.
2.
2 well thrown darts,
Energy
neither find the
required
target.
32.
So Gates is back for double 16.
Game shot on the first leg.
Bound
Leonard
for the
Gates.
break. Gates leads 1-0.
He does that.
Second
so
against
often,
Leonard
doesn't
to throw first. Game on.
He's just never out of a leg. He's just never out of a game. Even when you think you might have got him, he just
60.
finds a way.
Our penultimate
45.
game of Group A. Don't worry not. We are back at 1 p.m. tomorrow on our MODUS Super
40.
Series YouTube channel. We'll be joined by Sporty Stuff TV from 3. That will be for the start of Group C.
43.
And then tomorrow night from 10 p.m. we are on Sporty Stuff TV, and for our viewers outside of the UK,
81.
we'll be on our Super Series YouTube channel as well.
Which, if you haven't done so already, don't forget to give a little subscribe to, because on top of the
95.
live action that we bring to you 6 days a week from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, we'll have highlights of every session, plus one of our classic matches back in full, other bonus content, including
100.
interviews. The likes of Fallon Sherrock and other big names within the sport.
180.
Well, that's de Vos's second max of the match. And if you are keeping tally, that's 128 of the group.
41.
Not the week.
Get required
of the group.
138. $98.
I'm going to make a prediction. I reckon we pass 250 by the end of the week.
44.
Big shout.
Get require 40.
Certainly possible if they continue at this pace,
Game
of
shot the
course.
second leg. Gert de
Gert
Vos.
de Vos instantly breaks back. He did it a couple of
So that gets
180s last
Gert
time,
to throw
didn't he?
first. Game
Gert de
on.
Vos. Not in the last one. In the game before that, in his 4-3 win over Chris Gilliland.
140. $43.
The only good thing about all these maximums is it might keep Owen Binks quiet for a couple of minutes after the session's done.
80.
128 maximums he's called so far this week.
We're only halfway through.
95.
Oh yeah, the real fun begins tomorrow.
Double session day.
60.
Thursday and Friday. And the finals will get underway at 7:30 on Saturday night. You can join us here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
133.
We're on London Road. There's a hotel around the corner. Plenty of bars and restaurants to entertain you on Saturday afternoon. Doors open 6:30.
81.
Action underway at 7:30. Scan that QR code or head over to www.dartshop.tv and get yourself a ticket
83.
for
You require
Saturday night. It's
140.
only a booking fee. Couple of quid, isn't it, Henry?
124.
And name me another place
Then you require
where you can get free
147.
drinks for £10 English. Can Gates find the 147? Not this time.
123. Gate requires 16.
For 2-1.
8. Energy required 24.
More darts missed at doubles. He's now 1 from 10.
Game shot on the
Somehow
third leg.
finds
Leonard
himself
Gates.
1-2 down. As we get a third consecutive break of throw.
Fourth leg, it's Leonard to
So
throw
Gates
first.
leads 2-1.
Game.
Halfway towards the victory post. And actually, win 4 Gates would put him temporarily above James Richardson going into
133.
his game of Andy Barton's.
I was just about to say, come on, Gert, give us another.
140.
We're getting greedy now.
We're getting close.
58.
We matched the 180 record in a single game in our previous match, where Chris Gilliland
47.
and Luke Littler produced 9 in 6 legs.
4 more will do the job.
140.
A near 2-year record would come tumbling.
100.
Amidst the walls of the
Require
church.
170.
And the only thing we haven't seen in this group is a fish. Another one of them. We held our collective breaths.
83. $100. Energy require 87.
3-1. 20 and ball. The ball.
62.
Not found by
It
Gates. And
require
so DeVos
114.
to level back up. 114. And so the Shanghai on
Game shot
19s
on the
for
fourth
Gert
leg.
DeVos
Gert de Vos.
to level us up at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Gert to throw first.
Not
Game
for the
on.
first time I've said this line today. Desmond.
100.
Stuart DeVos has had multiple darts in
140.
each and every one of the 4 legs of this match at a double.
100.
Should be on his way back to his accommodation. We'll be interviewing Leonard Gates directly after the
100.
conclusion of this session, won't you?
Yeah, looking forward to chatting to Leonard.
Gonna have a little boogie with him up there. or-
123.
Are you sure it's a good idea after last time?
Oh, you seem to have a problem with that stage. It does strange things to you.
60.
What do you think I've been left in the commentary box this week?
83.
The only thing I will say is I've got an undefeated record on that stage.
You have.
We won't talk about how many I've won. So DeVos 95 to make it
They require
3-2.
95.
Well, you got the Shanghai on 19s in the last leg. You only need
Game
2
shot on
parts
the
of that
fifth leg.
combination in this.
Gert DeVos.
Well, you don't see many matches won with 2 leads in succession on double 19, but that's exactly what we saw from Gert DeVos. He leads 3-2.
Six against
We've seen
Leonard to
Luke
throw
a little earlier
first.
go
Game
for 2 double 19s on 76. Fill it up, Leonard. Back to his original setup for this match. As he
180.
finds a max. I've seen a couple of players experiment. Ultimately,
60.
go back to type and play much better. We're now on 129 180s for this Group
100.
A. The record stands from September 2021 at 131.
123.
2 more to tie, 3 more to break.
40.
Leonard, don't go for the 180 next time.
It sadly wouldn't count on the tally.
100.
I mean, it can count in our heads and our minds and our hearts.
99.
But ironically, if DeVos hits a max here, he'll leave his favourite double 19.
81. Then you require 82.
So to send us all the way. 20 and ball. La ball.
Well, maybe
57.
Gert's going to go
Go
treble
for
20, treble
137.
13, double 19.
To be honest, I won't put anything past this group at
53.
this point.
And you
Gates
require
25.
25.
To send us to the side. It's been a while since you've had one of these. Double 8. And now 4s. And
17.
DeVos has got his match winning
You require
opportunity.
84.
Should at the very least get a dart at the bull. 14. Treble's a bonus. Double 11 to get it wrapped up. And
Game
DeVos
shot
seals a
on the
4-2
match.
victory against
Gert
Leonard Gates,
DeVos.
which means he's going to finish 4th in the Group A table, puts himself 4th temporarily in the Group A table, with James Richardson still to play. As for Leonard Gates, he's going to be the bottom place player as far as Group A is concerned. 8 points from his campaign. DeVos is on 10. If Richardson loses to Barton's next, he'll finish 4th. A win for Richardson would put him into that 4th place and DeVos down to 5th. And so the final game of the group, Barton's-Richardson, is coming up next.
Last game then in this group, and it is the last outing for the group winner. Last time we'll see him before finals night on Saturday, the brilliant Belgian Andy Bartens, who has run away with it really in the group. 24 points, trying to increase that tally here. Some fantastic stuff from him. He takes on James Richardson, who's currently sitting in 5th, but can finish 4th if he wins the final match. And to talk you through it, it's back to Henry and Mace.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, the final fling in a Group A
First leg, it's
that has
Andy
given us
to throw
so many
first.
delights
Game
and
on.
highlights. Bartens versus Richardson, and we've still got a lot to play for.
Yeah, well, prior to that
55.
shock defeat to Chris Gilliland, Andy Bartens hadn't lost
58.
since yesterday morning in match number 3 against the man he's playing here.
140.
Didn't lose on Monday, dropped 1 game on Tuesday, and has dropped 1 game so far today.
96.
Tell you what, the Craig David remix doesn't sound too great, does it?
133. 140.
Here's an incredible statistic for you. Out of the 14
95.
games we've had today, 13 of them have featured maximums. The only one that didn't was James Richardson against Gert de Vos.
45. And he requires 78.
Good stato.
Tops for Bartens.
Game
1-0
on the first
Bartens,
leg.
and that's
Andy
a saying
Bartens.
we've been saying quite a lot this week. Bit like 1-0 to the Arsenal.
Second against James to throw first. Game on.
We want 180s. Come on, lads.
We want maxis and we want them now.
66.
But Bartens, as you mentioned a little bit earlier on, he hasn't won a game in this group 4-0.
60.
And in a lot of those victories he's harboured, he has had to go through a fair few battles.
Yep.
45. 60. 81.
And we had to join us, I say, 1 o'clock tomorrow. Me and Chris will be in the commentator's chair for that.
140.
We have Chris Murphy up on the balcony once again to bring you all the Group C action.
139. 60. James, you require 170. 31.
What about the setup here for Bartens? There's a little glance over to the scoreboard.
100. James, you require 139.
Richardson 139. He's going to get a go
94.
at the
And you
break.
require 81.
And for 2-0.
2 12s.
Games on the second
You
leg.
mentioned
Andy
about not
Bartens.
winning 4-0. Is it going to come here and now?
Delegates Andy
Tick
to
another
throw
box off.
first. Game on. $119. 68. 60. 60.
Well, on a day there, we've been talking about the maximum hitting. These scores have just come up a little bit dry in this particular matchup.
57.
Definitely some tired-looking darts from both.
57.
Andy start on 19s. 5. He did look down. 5 of them, of course. Would have left 170. A straight ton only leaves the bogey 165.
Well, he did. The man in blue went on up
57.
when he should have gone down. And he did take a good look around. Well, the damage is not much. It's okay. And he's moving through the leg anyway.
95.
Where did I leave that back?
83. And he requires 70.
For 3-0.
$30.
I think he's second guessing himself a lot. He looked up and then threw down. He did the same on the 19s. It looked like he was going 54 double 8.
100. And he requires
Decided
40.
nope, treble 10. And again, that
Game
can
shot
be
on
a
the
sign
third
of being
leg. Andy
slightly
Barton.
mentally fatigued.
He hasn't won a game 4-0 all week, and he may well do it in his final game of the group.
Game on. $100. $85.
And it would be only the second game of the day without a maximum if both these players come up to the world dry in that particular stake. I mean, we'd have to stay at 129, which, yeah, it's not bad, but we'd love to have seen the record broken.
140.
And the thing is, Barton's here is averaging just a shade under 88, and it still feels like
55.
a performance below par because that's the high standards we've come to expect of him. In matter of
45.
fact, if you go through his week under the microscopic greys,
140.
his lowest average is 83.47 across 15 matches.
45. James, you require 66.
We're teetering towards that territory here as Richardson looks up for tops on the 66. He is going to come back. So that's the level Andy's playing at. That an 83.5 is his lowest average over
56.
a course of 15 games. And it shouldn't be a surprise when you consider his WDF
James
form
on the fourth leg. James Richardson.
across the tour as Richardson pulls one back. But this is the leg where Barton's has the throw, he has the darts to claim a 4-1 success.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Maxi! 130!
180.
Oh, hello. The record could be on.
140.
Well, he missed double 12 for a 9-darter early on today, Andy Barton's. And he may leave us with a bit of perfection.
180.
He has had a nigh on perfect campaign
140.
He may
and
finish it
141.
in perfect style. Not to be, but that maximum has levelled the record for 180s in a Group A
105.
campaign. If Richardson can find a max here, we'll break the record, but it's not going to happen on this occasion. And so Barton's comes back for a 10-dart leg
89. And it
to
requires
complete
36.
Group A. Remarkably.
Game
Well,
shot and
Andy
the match.
Barton's has
Andy
been a
Barton.
step above in Group A over the last 3 days. He has qualified for Saturday night's finals. Pretty much had a canter. He was pushed at times, but every single time someone probed him, he just seemed to have an answer. He beats James Richardson by 4 legs to 1. A 91.35 average, teased us with the 9 as well. And in a group where he tied the record for 180s in 1-3-1, it is Andy Bartons, who is the Group A victor.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, Andy Bartons, he didn't get his 4-0, he didn't get his 9-darter, but he got just about everything else, didn't he?
Yeah, and his second 10-darter of the day, he just has that insane ability of just really turning it on. Just when he looks like he might just be going off the boil and maybe a little bit susceptible, he finds another gear.
Yeah, some really good stuff in this group. A little bit strange that it was perhaps dominated by one player, despite being arguably the highest quality group we've seen for a while.
Yeah, and that just testament to how well he's played at the right times. I think it was a record equaling 131 180s for the group. That shows you how high quality it actually was all the way through. All the numbers stack up to being one of our best ever Group A's.
Right, let's have a recap of the results from today. Bartons, he was beaten by Chris Gilliland. It's been one of those groups as well, hasn't it? We've seen it more today, where despite that dominance from Andy, really any of these players in any given match can beat any of the others. Yeah,
it's all about timing, isn't it? We speak so much about timing, especially in darts, and finding them right shots at the right times, and it's something that Andy managed to do more than any other player. But he lost once yesterday to the player he just lost to there in James Richardson, went through the card unbeaten on Monday. To drop just in a group of this level, to drop just 2 games, that's outstanding.
Well, let's hear from the group winner now. Andy Bartons is talking to Henry Deacon.
Andy, many congratulations. What a debut that's been.
Yeah, thank you. It was been 3 days. I played very well. The group is phenomenal. From Geert to Leonard to Luke to James to Chris. It's a fantastic group.
Let's talk about today. And first off, talk about the 9 dart attempts. You missed double 12 for it. How did you feel as that 9th dart left your hand?
Yeah, I took maybe go in. Yeah, it was not going. Then I took 10 darter. So yeah.
As far as this week's concerned, there was a big build-up. There was a lot of attention on you as you came into the Super Series. Do you feel like you've lived up to those types of expectations so far?
Yeah, I think so. I played three days very well, I think. So I'm happy to stay here. I'm happy.
Moving into Saturday night, I suppose the parameters for you, it's got to be to win it, hasn't it?
Yeah, maybe. I play good. We see well Saturday.
And what's going to be the process between now and then? Is it just going to be a little bit of resting, relaxing between now and Saturday?
Yeah, a little bit relaxing. I'm going to look at Geert now. We will see.
Well, Andy, many congratulations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Will.
Yeah, he gets a couple of days rest now, Mace. Had that 9-darter attempt earlier that he spoke about. You were stood here at the start of the show saying you fancied a 9-darter today, and Andy Bartons nearly provided it.
Yeah, it was a tremendous effort. And again, we literally just touched on about doing the right things at the right time, because he was in all sorts of trouble here. He'd faced, I think it was 9 match darts against Luke Littler, back-to-back 180s, and at this stage you think, well, that's just creeped in. Finds a treble 19. Luke thinks it's in. I think we thought it was in the comms box. So he eventually went out in 10, and ultimately that was the point in which he qualified.
Yeah, that was the moment he made it against his closest rival, but not that close, Luke Littler. And we'll be able to see that by getting a final look at the Group A table, which has been all about Andy Bartons. But Littler and Gilliland going into Group B, I mean, all of the players have got the potential to get through their respective groups.
Yeah, absolutely. We've certainly seen enough of them when they've been at their absolute best that they're going to be problems for everybody in each of the groups they find themselves in. Luke Littler will be a little bit disappointed, but missed a lot of doubles at key moments. He puts that right. He would. I mean, the 3 matches that stand out that he lost, 3 of them were against Andy Bartons, and well, that was the 6 points difference in the end between top and second. So that could well have been the other way around. I think Gilliland will. I think he'll go well in his group. But you would think on Saturday night they're going to have to find another level, because right now the outstanding 2 in terms of averages, 180s, every element of the game, the 2 standout are the top 2 in the table.
Yeah, and we've got some other really good players coming in to the action this week as well. We'll take a look at the groups for the rest of the week. So Barton's through. He can put his feet up. Group B getting underway tomorrow night, joining Gilliland and Littler, David Cameron, Jordan Brooks and Kieran Tierney. But focus will be on Group C tomorrow afternoon. Lee Cox, Harry Ward and the return of Matt Clark, who's been very successful here as well.
Yeah, it's not often that the Group C looks tastier than the Group B, but on this occasion it certainly does. You do well to pick 2 out of that 6.
Yeah, well, we will find out. We'll play it out tomorrow. But Andy Bartons has been the main man. Look, just one last question on him. We know that the Group A winner doesn't always go and win at finals, not or even get to the final. But if he carries on playing this way, he's gonna be favourite, isn't he?
Yeah, we've mentioned it before. We've mentioned it in comms a few times. You know, when you talk about players that look destined to end up on the PDC Pro Tour, he's one of them. He looks like he's got every element of the game, and he's not just doing it here. He's won 4 consecutive tournaments in the WDF. He looks like he's a player who's beginning to peak and has got belief. He played very well in the last WDF World Championships as well, of course. So, yeah, he's going to be hard to stop. But if one man can do it, it's Luke Littler.
Well, we hope you can join us to see if that happens on Saturday. We also hope you can join us tomorrow when you'll get double servings of darts, 10 p.m. for Group B tomorrow evening, live on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, which is where the action starts at 1 p.m. for Group C. But as far as Group A has been concerned this week, well, the first finals night place has been booked by the brilliant Belgian Bartons. Bye-bye.